and the only Spicy, and I am here today with another All Signs Live. I hope that you all are doing well. I hope that you all are feeling blessed. I'm feeling good, and I'm excited to be here. So, yeah, the question that we're going to be asking Spirit today is I guess it's like a fun entertainment based reading. Okay. The question is, what would your ex tell your new romantic partner? Okay, so what would your ex tell your new romantic partner? I actually have a couple different questions that I'm going to be asking. So I'm excited to get into it and just see what comes out. This week, I definitely was feeling under the weather and it affected my energetic levels. So I just stayed offline for the most part, other than the shorts that I was able to edit and post. I just wasn't really in a place to show up live. Okay, I just wasn't there. So I know my schedule had to change, but it is what it is. I'm definitely the type of reader that is going to put myself and, of course, my family first, as opposed to just focusing on getting out content. So if I'm not there physically, emotionally, or mentally, then I'd rather not come online to read tarot. So that's just me. But yeah, I hope that y'all are doing well as you all are coming into the live. Of course, just let me know how you are doing. Let me know where you all are tuning in from. And of course, let me know which sign to get started with. But before we get started, I definitely just want to give a quick shout out to Pacifica Beauty. So, I am a part of the YouTube creator community, and I had the pleasure of connecting with Ash Meredith from the Pacifica Beauty team through that community. And we had a great time just talking about the brand and, of course, talking about how Pacifica Beauty would like to connect with creators online. And since I'm a creator, okay, and even though I don't post beauty content, you can, of course, see what's going on over here. So I was just grateful to, just be included, even though I'm posting tarot content. So yeah, Ash is just so sweet and she is amazing. And she also sent me some Pacifica Beauty products to try. I just looked at it as a Christmas gift because she actually sent it right in time for the holidays. Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ash. I definitely appreciated my gifts. So she sent me some products to try, and I've just really been using them on a frequent basis. So I definitely wanted to share the products that she sent to me. So just some additional quick details about Pacifica Beauty. So just some additional details. Pacifica Beauty is celebrating 30 years. Okay, so their 30th year anniversary. They launched back in 1996, and their mission is all about compassion for people and animals. Their products are 100% vegan, cruelty free, and they are inspired by nature but formed by science. Okay, so currently Pacifica Beauty offers skincare, body care, makeup, and they actually have a fragrance line coming soon. Okay, they actually have a fragrance line coming soon. So I'm definitely excited about that because I love to smell good. Okay, so you can find Pacifica Beauty at Amazon, Walmart, Target, and Ulta. So, it's accessible, it's available for any and everybody. And yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and show y'all the products that they sent me. All right. Okay, so I'm going to just show y'all my favorite product that they sent me first. And it's the Glow Baby Super Lit Booster Serum. Okay, it has cacao, plum, and vitamin C. I hope I said that right. Okay, so y'all, I know it's in the box, but I've been using it. All right, the box is already torn. I've been using this vitamin C serum quite frequently. So I'm going to just show y'all how it looks out of the box. Here we go. So I promise y'all, like this serum right here, like on top of it doing what it's supposed to do, it smells so good. Like it smells so good. That's why I'm excited about the fragrance line coming up, because the products that she sent smell good. Like, okay, it really do. So I actually use this very frequently throughout the week. They also sent me the Seafoam complete face wash with sea algae complex and coconut water. Okay, so here's this. This is a face wash. My ring light isn't really showing it that well, but this is how it looks. And yeah, I know Princess said she loves to smell like laundry detergents, different things like that. Like this smells so amazing. Like I love this face wash. And it also doesn't like dry out my skin. Like once I'm done washing like my face and just getting all my makeup off, it doesn't dry it out, which is nice. All right. So something else I also use quite frequently is the coconut underarm deodorant odor neutralizing wipes with coconut milk, witch hazel, and aloe vera. So I like using this, um, especially when I'm like leaving the gym, like at least I could smell fresh after a class. All right. So I definitely love these wipes. They're actually almost done because I use it quite frequently, like I said. All right. And then we have the Dream Lit Under Eye Brightener. I'm going to take this out the box so y'all can see how it looks like. But yeah, like this is definitely good for like mornings when I'm just not feeling it. Okay. Maybe I stayed up too late watching tarot because y'all know I watch my peers as well. So maybe I stayed up late. All right. Or I just was watching Unsolved Mysteries, something like that. So when I wake up in the morning, this is definitely nice because I actually don't wear makeup all the time. But this also is good to wear underneath your makeup. Like, because sometimes concealer just doesn't get it all. All right. It just doesn't. So yeah, this is how it looks like. And this is the Dream Lit Under Eye Brightener. Right. And lastly, I have the Dream Milk Magnesium Body Spray. It has magnesium, aloe, oat milk, and acai. So I'm going to show you all. This is how the spray looks like. Now, I can definitely tell you that most likely I'll be using this during like the warmer summer months. And I also plan to do a lot of traveling over the summer to warmer climates. So y'all know how it is when you outside, like you're sweating and sticky and all of that, like it can get really uncomfortable. So I feel like this spray is definitely gonna help to just combat that and help, just to feel a bit more, comfortable. Like I don't like being sticky and sweaty unless I'm in the gym. Okay, so any other time, I don't like it. All right, so this is definitely a nice product and it smells good as well. All right, y'all. So these are all the products that they sent me. I just wanted to make sure that I did a quick shout out because Ash didn't have to do it, but she definitely blessed me with these products. And like I said, they're available at Amazon, Walmart, Target, and Ulta. All right. So these are the products. Thank you so much. Like, I appreciate it. So yeah, if you all want a specialized coupon code, okay? If y'all want a specialized coupon code to use, okay, for Pacifica Beauty products, go ahead and put that in the chat, okay? Put it in the chat. Say we want a specialized coupon code so Ash can see this, all right, and get back to me with one. So, all right, y'all. Thank y'all so much for just, listening to my quick shout out to Pacifica. And let's go ahead and, get started with the reading for today. Let me know which sign we're getting started with. Hey, Cha-Cha. Hey, Dorian. Wow, Dorian, it's been a while. Oh my God. Okay. All right. So we doing a temple link up in the chat. What's going on? Hey, Devon. Hey, Marcel. Thank you so much. Okay. Dorian said, I have to try that serum. Need something to stay moisturized with this silk eye mask. Yeah, the serum smells really, really good. And it works. It works. Hey, Marilyn. Let's see. Let's see who else I have to say hi to before we really get started. Let's see. All right. I think I'm caught up in the chat. Okay, y'all. So the question that we're asking Spirit today is, what would your ex tell your new romantic partner? It's really just fun, entertainment-based reading. It's not really to reopen any wounds from the past. We're just kind of seeing what your ex thinks about you, like the connection overall. And then also, what would they say about how they treated you? So it's just kind of one of those readings. I hope y'all enjoy it. Like I said, it's not really to trigger anybody or start any issues. We just having fun today. So let me know. Okay, so Marilyn, you want to get started with Aries? So we starting with the fire signs. All right, so Aries, your timestamp is going to be, let's just do 11 minutes for Aries. Aries. Thank y'all so much for the hearts in the chat. I definitely appreciate it. Okay, like I appreciate it. So thank y'all so much. Like, all right, Aries. What was your ex tell your new romantic partner? Dorian said, let's not shake the table with this reading. Okay. Yo, I'm cracking up. That's so hilarious. Yeah, because Dorian, sometimes people be taking it overboard. All right. They be a bit too triggered. All right. They be a bit too triggered. Okay. Well, with the connection overall, I feel like your ex is, well, what they would tell your new partner, if you have a new partner, like I said, this is just a fun reading for today. Like, they would definitely tell them that the relationship or the connection that you had with them really had them like reconsidering their life and also their future. You were definitely a new person to this individual. Like, they've definitely had a past. They've met a lot of people, they've had relationships with a lot of people, but once they met you, it definitely opened their eyes to them understanding that there's different types of people out here in the world. Okay. And I feel like you really have this person like reconsidering everything. Like, they reconsidered um, trying things over again in the past, like any creative hobbies, projects, or things they've always wanted to do. They just felt like their future and the possibilities and what they could experience was limitless. So I feel like you really open this person up to like a new way of being, a new way of thinking, just a new way of like seeing the world, and also understanding that um their potential is also what is it I want to say? It's like their potential is limitless. Like, they could go anywhere, do anything. You just made this person feel like they didn't necessarily have to hold back anymore. So I think your ex is definitely someone who's a bit restricted, someone who has a limited mindset, someone who was operating off of like a lack of belief in theirself. So you definitely opened up this person's eyes. And yeah, I think you were definitely a catalyst for change. So that's something that they would say. It's like the connection that they had between you and them was like a catalyst for change. They experienced something new that they hadn't really experienced before. You really changed their mindset or their idea of just people. Okay. And also, I wanted to say like the opposite sex. For others of you, it could definitely be same sex, but I'm just feeling like this person, especially if you're a woman, it's like once they met you, they had a better idea of womanhood, as opposed to just like categorizing all women as being the same or all men as being the same. So you kind of have to flip it on how it applies to you. So yeah, you definitely open this person's eyes. That's what they would say. It's like this connection opened them up to a whole new world. Hope y'all get what I'm saying. All right. So what would your ex say positively about you and the relationship? Hey, your favorite unicorn. We're on Aries, and we just got started too for Aries. The Aries timestamp is 11 minutes. Well, yeah, so pretty much what I just said. I feel like you really help this person to see things from a different perspective. You're just a different person. So the relationship experience that they had with you was different. You also help this person to become a bit more enlightened, even as it related to their emotions or their emotionality. Um, whoever this ex is, I just feel like there's someone that's always limiting themselves or holding themselves back. They could have even been very like emotionally unavailable, like had issues with being vulnerable or just expressing themselves. So it's like you really open this person's eyes to like that aspect of their personality so that they could learn about themselves and to become a bit more enlightened. Um, but yeah, your ex will also say that the connection or the relationship with you cause them to have to sacrifice. So to have to get rid of things that no longer really apply to them in order to make space for something new. So yeah, I really do feel like you were a catalyst to this person's change, to this person changing. And you also help this person to like unrestrict themselves. Or even if they were like a part of some type of like family structure that taught them to hold back, or which they felt like they didn't really have the ability to like trust themselves or to make their own decisions, is like you really open this person's eyes to that aspect of their personality or to their experience that could have stopped them from, just being free and not having any issues with expressing who they are. So I feel like you're like a liberator, Aries. So that's what they would say was positive about you and your connection. It's like you really liberated this person. I feel like they hold themselves back and they were able to really like step out and to do something different, not be afraid or scared to really step into the unknown. You may have even helped this person to become a bit more like spontaneous as opposed to like overthinking things, and over analyzing things as well. So yeah, that's what they would say. Is like the connection with you really caused them to have to like sacrifice things and to let things go in order to make space and room for something better. So yeah. What would your ex say about the challenges associated with you and the connection? Thanks so much for the hearts in the chat, y'all. Thanks so much. Like, thanks so much. Well, yeah, finances seem like they were the biggest challenges associated within this connection. Is definitely like finances. Um, yeah, finances and also commitment. So that was definitely an issue. Maybe this person feeling like they couldn't really like sustain having a very serious connection with you. So that was definitely an issue. I just feel like your ex is somebody who just holds back. So if you were to present something as grand as, okay, let's step into getting married, it's like that is something that they would have to take their time towards. Like I said, this isn't necessarily someone who is spontaneous or who could just take a leap of faith or, feel prepared to take a risk. I feel like your ex is someone who's very hesitant. And like I said, they hold themselves back, they restrict themselves. So, yeah, that was definitely a challenge. I feel like you were ready for something more. You were ready to take your connection like to the next level. Um, Having a relationship with them, like be getting married to them, doing something traditional. But yeah, it seemed like the both of you have some issues with just figuring out how it was going to happen. Okay. So there was definitely some type of incompatibility there where it's like you may have had a straightforward plan on what was next, but like this person didn't really see things that same way. So even though they knew that with you, a positive or a plus was sacrifice, I don't think this individual was ready to make that ultimate sacrifice or to take that ultimate leap towards commitment. So that was a challenge. Yeah, that was a challenge. Like them being assertive enough to actually step up. That was a challenge for them. Um, yeah, it was. It was like I don't think your ex was as ambitious enough. So that's definitely something that they would say. It's like they weren't as ambitious enough to really truly take that leap of faith. They will also say that you were, in some ways they'll say that you were a bit too forceful or like trying to push them to do something that they were not ready for. They also feel like at times that came off as like you being intimidating or you also being a bit too like aggressive, not really trying to take things as slowly and easily with them, but just being very forceful. But I feel like you know what you want, and I don't feel like there's really too much that goes into like you finally deciding to do something. It's like you kind of have your end goal in mind, so you're ambitious and determined and focused enough to go after it. I think this person would say that you in some ways were pressing them for something serious and they weren't necessarily ready for that. So your ex was learning how to sacrifice, but like I said, I don't think they were ready to really truly go through the fire, and do what was required to establish something very serious with you and to sustain that or to maintain that connection. All right, so what would your ex say about how they treated you? Y'all, thank you so much for the hearts in the chat. Like, thank you so much. Like, yeah, I mean, your ex would definitely tell your new romantic partner that they were being defensive. Okay, they were definitely being defensive. Um, they felt like they had to kind of like fight you on, I guess, the next steps of the connection, or they may have been fighting like every single like act of like movement or progress. They could have even just been fighting to expand your connection, so or to have something a bit more long term with you. So I'm just kind of picking up on an energy that like your ex was hesitant. And that's something that they're acknowledging here. It's like they were hesitant and they fought you along the way. They feel like they should have been more of a, what do I want to say? Like, I guess like a team player, like just trying to understand you. But they had issues with doing that. I feel like this person, it's like they didn't want to 100% give up control to you, and they just felt like if they gave up control that you would in many ways like overtake them. And they're also saying here that like you weren't actually as demanding as they felt. They're just acknowledging that they were not necessarily ready. So yeah, that's interesting. um yeah, they feel like they should have gave your relationship time, and they feel like they should have been a bit more like confident. Okay, they feel like where they messed up with you was in their lack of confidence and ability to just giving things a chance as opposed to being defensive and like fighting you every step of the way. They feel like they should have been a bit more yielding and compromising as opposed to like I said, very like defensive, or feeling like they have to protect themselves, feeling like they're in some ways even being defiant and really operating from a lack of understanding. They felt like they should have gave this a try, or they should have gave it a chance as opposed to like writing it off completely. That's how they feel. Um and they're also saying like how they treated you was very like disrespectfully as well, because they're understanding here that like you just wanted what was best not only for yourself but for the both of you. So you were the person who was willing to be compromising, willing to be yielding, willing to consider them, but they kind of took it as, oh, you were being forceful. They didn't want to give up control. Um so yeah, that's crazy. They felt like they should have stuck it out. That's how they feel. Like they feel like they should have gave this a chance, or they should have just said yes. They should have just listened, or they should have just, like I said, gave it a chance. And they feel like things would have turned out even more positive between you and them. So what I'm seeing here is like they missed their chance. They missed their opportunity. Because what I also heard was move your feet, lose your seat. Y'all know how people used to say that in school? They'd be like, lose, they be like, move your feet, lose your seat. So they just felt like they lost a spot that was there specifically for them. And they felt like they should have waited and should have gave it a chance. But yeah, they just feel like they treated you disrespectfully because you're so beautiful, like you're so passionate about what you want in life. um they feel like you were just passionate about them and having a connection with them, and you were, all in all, not necessarily trying to be, forceful with them or aggressive or trying to tell them what to do. So yeah, this is definitely someone who, I don't want to just say that they're negative and pessimistic, but I feel like their experience with you was, what is it that I'm trying to say? I feel like their perception of you is kind of what messed things up for them. Okay. And they feel like they should have just tried their best to be more understanding as opposed to like being defensive. That's all I'm saying. But I think that's all I have, Aries. So that's what your ex would tell your new romantic partner. But yeah, just for a side note for you all, like your ex is definitely still thinking about you. They're still missing you, and they wish that y'all could start over. Like, hey, well, That's my closing messages for you right there, Aries. Let's go ahead and move on. Doria said, did we have the same ex, Marilyn? Jeesh. Yo. That is hilarious. All right. Let's go ahead and move on to whatever the next fire sign is. I have Sagittarius here. So Sagittarius, your timestamp is going to be 26 minutes. But yeah, y'all let me know how you're doing in the chat. Let me know where you all are tuning in from. I definitely had a very long work day today, so I'm really just unwinding and taking it down. All right. Sagittarius. All right. So what would your ex tell your new romantic partner? Well, as far as with your connection overall, this ex definitely feels like this was a connection that forced them to have to be their true, genuine, and authentic self. They're understanding that, you know, within this connection, it caused them to have to show up real. Like they couldn't show up being deceptive, lying, manipulating, being tricky. And even if that was something that they did do, it was quickly figured out. So they just kind of understand that this connection called them to be real, and they couldn't be, you know, superficial, fake, vain, and authentic. They had to show up as their true self. So yeah. And they're also saying here that the connection definitely exposed them as well. It exposed them. It exposed a lot of their bad behaviors. It exposed a lot of their toxic or narcissistic tendencies, and just like aspects of their personality that are not really desirable to what is it that I want to say? It's not really desirable, I guess, to like want to experience. I guess that's what I'm saying here. So yeah, this connection exposed them. Okay, it exposed them regardless of if that's something that they wanted to do or not, and it really caused them to have to be vulnerable. Yeah, it really did. Like this was definitely a connection that helped this person even go through some type of like spiritual awakening, in which they understood that like their bad behaviors were really affecting not only you, but is also affecting themselves as well, their character and their integrity. I feel like this was a connection that you walked away from, and their understanding that you had to walk away from them because of how they were showing up, like being just very deceptive, um, you know, manipulative, like that really kind of opened their eyes. And I mean, some people are like that. It's like they just exhibit so many bad behaviors towards their romantic partners over the course of time that they begin to feel like there's nothing wrong with what it is that they're doing or how they treat people. So you pretty much exposed that this person and their treatment towards romantic partners was like very shitty. Okay. So they realized that when you walked away, that you walked away for a reason, and they were just kind of left having to analyze how they showed up. So you definitely helped this person go through some type of like spiritual awakening where they kind of understood that they ain't shit. Like I don't know what else to say. Like that's what they understood, that they ain't shit, and the way that they treat people is not that great either. So yeah. Yeah, I'm just also picking up that this was someone who's like very vain and superficial. Like they have this mask that they want people to believe. So they have this like false image or this way in which they want people to like perceive them, and it's not based on the truth. So yeah, that's crazy. All right. So what would your ex say positively about you and the relationship? Hey, Bria Murphy. Oh, okay. Dorian, you tuning in from Austin? Cha Cha says she tuning in from Jersey. Well, I'm streaming from Wilmington, Delaware. Hey, Devon. Yeah, this is Sagittarius. All right, so what would your ex say positively about you in the relationship? Okay, Devon, you tune in from Florida. Which part of Florida? Well, your ex would definitely say that you are someone who cares a lot about like teamwork and actually working with your partner. Okay. They would say that you're a very like hands on person. You're also very skilled and talented. And they also feel like you have good relationship skills. Okay. So, like, you're a good person to actually want to be in a relationship with because you don't only care about yourself, but you care about the future of the connection. You care about creating, a firm foundation. You care a lot about compatibility and not just chemistry. Like, you care about the practical day-to-day aspects in regards to like being in a connection. Like, you actually care about that. You're not someone who just has, fake relationships. And I mean, that's crazy because whomever you are dealing with is like a very superficial and fake person. Okay, like they really are. So I guess they realize with you that like there's actually more weight that you put into a connection, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, or connections with you hold more weight. Like, they can't have anything fun, light, airy, like here and there, situationship wise. Like, they can't have that type of connection with you. They have to have something with you that is actually serious and something that has meaning and also something that is purposeful. So yeah, that's what they would say positively about you, is like you actually do care about your partners and you care about building connections. That's what you care about. um yeah, and you care a lot about like the financial aspect of your relationships as well. So they will also say, like, as far as with you, you could be very good financially, or you typically, have money, okay? Or you all could even be hustlers. Like, you care a lot about making sure that you have what you need, making sure that your partners have what they need. Because for you, it seems like you're focused on long term connections. It seems like you are someone who eventually would like to have a family. So, yeah, this person would definitely say that, like, when it comes down to like practical matters, like when it comes down to you like living in reality and not just being in delusional la la land, um you're gonna be more so focused on that as opposed to just like the emotional aspects of a connection. Like, you can like somebody, okay, that's cool. You could love somebody, all right, that's great. But you're also thinking about additional aspects to a connection that actually really do matter. Okay, so that's what they would say. Yeah, you care about having stable and secure relationships. Okay, you care about that. But yeah, they're definitely highlighting here that like as far as like your financial stability, security, but I also wanted to say like financial literacy as well. Like, they feel like you're very like skilled at that, or you know exactly what to do to ensure that like you'll never be broke, or to ensure that there's always going to be finances there. So you may also put a lot of importance on like having shared accounts. That's something that they would say is positive about you as well. So just making sure that you're good, your partner's good, and that y'all both will never really need for anything. Okay, that's what they're saying here. What would your ex say about the challenges associated with you and the connection? Yo, well, they would definitely say that you're very attractive. Okay, they would say that you're very attractive and that there are a lot of people that want you, that desire you, are turned on by you. So I feel like there was a bit of what is it that I want to say there? Insecurity as it relates to your ex, because they know that with how attractive you are, or how confident that you are, or how magnetic that you are, that like you could have been on to the next thing. So that's definitely a challenge here. I feel like this person had issues with really being able to hold your attention because you're an authentic person. Um, they definitely felt very insecure being in a connection with you because they were very superficial, or they wore masks, but you were like literally the real thing. And not only that, but there are so many people that are drawn towards you because of your energy and your essence, that it definitely made them feel like very scared and uncertain as it related to like you deciding to want to continue to be with them, because they just felt like you could be on to the next thing. Like they felt like you could get snatched up by any and everybody because of your vibration. All right. They just felt like, even for example, like if anyone came and spoke to you because you're so social, they kind of felt a bit jealous. So yeah, I'm definitely picking up that this is someone who is very like insecure, and also very selfish. Is like they always wanted you to themselves. You could have just been very committed to this individual, but they would still feel like, you know, you could be out here cheating or dealing with other people just because of like how magnetic you are, and them knowing that people want you or that they're attracted to you. So that was definitely a challenge here. Within y'all's uh connection. All right. That was definitely a challenge. Yeah. 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 So whomever you're asking about, as far as with your ex, like they just felt like you could, like I said, be snatched up, okay, or you could get taken, or you could have been taken by someone else that is more so on your level. So your ex knows that you were not on their level, okay? Your ex knows that. They know that you were vibrating up here and they were somewhere down here. They just know that y'all were not necessarily the best energetic match. um but that's crazy because it's like you still tried to work with this person. So that's why they're still like praising you and saying that like you're actually a good, decent partner to be with. Anybody would love to be with you. But yeah, this ex is definitely insecure because they just always felt like someone more so on your level, someone more so on your same energetic vibration would end up coming along, and you would end up deciding to leave them behind and go start a new relationship with this person. So yeah, this person was very insecure. um I'm also feeling like they just had a lot of anxiety over the future of your connection, and just thinking that you would leave, okay, that you would eventually grow to be dissatisfied with them, because they already knew that they weren't really operating in the relationship from a genuine place. They already know that. So they just felt like you would end up leaving and becoming attracted to someone else that was more on your level, um, someone else that wanted the same things that you wanted, or even had the ability to work with you, you know, just someone else that was better suited for you. So that was definitely a challenge here. They questioned their ability to be able to keep up with you. Your ex questioned their ability to end up being that leader that you needed in your life, or just someone who had vision. And they just felt like eventually you would grow to become dissatisfied and want something different or want something better, or you would want an upgrade. So yeah, that was a challenge associated with this. Your ex always felt like you were going to leave. You said, when did this exes get so mature? You know, yeah, I just be trying to like communicate with people's higher selves, okay? That's what I be trying to do. Like, what would your ex say about how they treated you? Well, I feel like your ex started a lot of problems, and that's what they're bringing up here. Okay, your ex is definitely bringing up here that they definitely created a lot of unnecessary problems and conflict with you. Um, yeah, I feel like this ex, I'm gonna say it again, Sagittarius, is like someone who's highly insecure. Like I feel like they knew that they had a good thing in you, but they also knew that they weren't enough to like to keep you. Okay, they weren't enough to keep you or to even sustain this type of relationship that you could have had with them. So I really feel like this person acted out through like insecurity. They're very jealous. They're very selfish. They were also very intimidated by you. So instead of like showing up in their best self, they would definitely admit that they didn't treat you the best. Like they stressed you out. They feel bad for stressing you out and causing problems when there weren't any. And oftentimes people will do that when you're out of their league. So I feel like this ex is definitely saying that they just treated you um just in a really bad way, in a way in which you did not deserve, because point blank period, you were out of their league. So they just feel like they were acting up for no reason. Is kind of what they want to say here. Yeah, they feel like they cause problems for you. This ex could have even been like bullying you or like just questioning the things that you wanted to do. I also feel like this ex could have been like dimming your light as well, because they knew that you were attractive and magnetic to other people. So I just feel like this is someone who caused you a lot of unnecessary stress. Yeah, they feel like the ways in which they treated you based off of their insecurity was what led to the breakup between you and them. Okay. And they just feel like they caused so many unnecessary problems in your life. Like this is someone who could have even tried to like ruin your life, like just ruin your life, like by the harsh words that they were saying or just the harsh way in which they treated you. Yeah. Yeah. Your ex is also very like manipulative. Like I said, it's like they're always trying to sway things in their direction. But it was really pointless because I felt like you were willing to work with this person, to accept them for who they were, to focus more so on their strengths as it related to like what they knew how to do, like their skills, talents, and capabilities, and also the strengths that they had within their personality. Like you were willing to work with those things and see if y'all could have something a bit more long term or committed, but it just seems like this is someone who didn't really truly appreciate how you were showing up for them because their fear was also always was that you were going to leave them once you found out that you were out of their league. So yeah, they're admitting that they didn't treat you the best, and that's what caused the breakup. They feel like they really should have worked with you as opposed to like starting problems with you, based off of their own fears and anxieties. So yeah, that's it, Sagittarius. That's it. But yeah, just some final messages regarding your ex. Like, yeah, they're understanding why you left them. Okay, they're understanding why you walked away from them. They understand why you're not really exhibiting any like warmth towards them. They understand why you are emotionally detached from them, why you left them behind. It is just because of their insecurities. And just like the harsh words that they said based off of that, belief that they had. So I feel like with your ex, Sagittarius, it was just a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like they pretty much manifested the breakup between you and them because they didn't really feel good enough for you anyway. Yo, that is what's up, Dorian. You got married. That is what's up. That is amazing. Congratulations. You said you can't wait for Leo. We on Leo right now. Okay? We're on Leo right now. Leo, your timestamp is going to be 43 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and put some streamers in the chat because that is definitely amazing. I love that for you. You're welcome. No, I really love that for you. Like, I really do. All right, Leo. What was your ex tell your new romantic partner? Yo. All right. What would your ex tell your new romantic partner about the connection overall? They would definitely say that they held back. Okay. That's what your ex would say. As far as within the connection, your ex definitely has more feelings for you or had more feelings for you in the past than they were willing to admit. And that's what they would say. They just felt like they didn't really experience like the fullness of what they could have experienced with you because they did not tell you the truth. They were pretending. They were acting like the relationship between you and them or the connection was not that deep. That's how they were acting. But that's not the case. Yeah, that's not the case. Like, that's not the case. Like, this ex, like, they definitely had more feelings for you than they were willing to admit. Like, this ex was definitely obsessed. They were clinging on to you. They were holding on to you for dear life, but they just didn't want to make it seem that way. So it's kind of the energy of someone like not wanting to be a simp, something like that. And it's just like they feel like if they were emotional or really express to you how they felt, then it would make them a simp or you would see them as a weak person or less than. So that's just what they're admitting. They just feel like they were not being as honest or forthcoming during your connection as it related to like just the depth of feelings that they had for you. That wasn't something that they were willing to communicate to you. So yeah, they felt like this was a mistake. All right, they felt like they should have been a bit more forthcoming as opposed to like suppressing or repressing their emotions, but they had a lot of love for you. They were just pretending and acting like I said, it wasn't that deep. So hey, it is what it is. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, they should have expressed how they truly felt, and maybe your connection would have went a different way. The Leo timestamp is 43 minutes. Yo, what would your ex say positively about you and the relationship? Well, you were a very future forward person. You were always looking ahead towards the future. You were looking to like grow things, to expand things. You were like willing to go the distance with this connection, or at least to just see where it ended up. So I feel like you're what is it that I want to say? I feel like you have more of like a limitless mindset. Like you don't really like to limit yourself. You don't really like to hold yourself back. You just like to explore and just see the possibilities of what could happen. So yeah, you put a lot of positive energy into the future, into progressing things. So yeah, you have a lot of positive expectations for your future in general. So that's definitely something that they like. Like you have a good mindset, or I even feel like you have like a faith-based belief system where you expect the best, you want the best out of life or just out of anything. So specifically out of this relationship, is like you actually wanted the best. You had vision for the future, you wanted more. And that's what they're saying is very positive about you. It's like you don't really hold yourself back and you don't limit yourself. Yeah, you know what you want. You know what you want, and you're assertive enough to go after what is important to you, and you don't got time to wait. Okay, you don't got time to wait. Okay, you're ready to move things forward. And so that's definitely something that they would say is very positive about you. Like you're ambitious. You want to, like I said, you want to see where things can go. You're not necessarily like putting your best foot forward just for it to go nowhere. It's like you're putting your best foot forward to see what things, how things could be. Like you're just a very ambitious person. You want what you want it now, and you're not afraid to go after it. Yeah. And you're also very smart too. Okay. So that's something that they would say. You're a very intellectual person. Like I said, you know what it is that you want. Like you're willing to take risks. And that's a positive aspect about you and your personality. You took a risk on this person, Leo. Okay, that's definitely something that they would say is like you actually took a risk on them. Um, yeah. So, what would they say about the challenges associated with you and the connection? Well, whoever you're asking about, similar to, I feel like it was Aries's ex, is like this individual is someone who has issues with like making decisions, and they remain too comfortable in their comfort zone. Like this is someone who doesn't really take risks like you. So even though you are future forward thinking, like you are dealing with someone who is hesitant, someone who felt like they didn't really have enough, or someone who felt like they wouldn't be enough. So it kind of highlighted their inability to really be able to keep up with you. I feel like that was something that was very challenging about this person. They also felt like you had your end goal in mind, and they felt like they weren't necessarily a part of like the planning process. They weren't necessarily a part of it. So this person kind of feels like they were just along for the ride. Okay, like that's all they felt like, is they were along for the ride. They don't really feel as though they were very active in I want to say like planning your relationship or even planning your life together. They don't feel like they were very active in that process. But I don't know why that would be a challenge for them, because like I said, I feel like they were pretending and they weren't really telling you how they actually really truly felt about you. So I'm just kind of like feeling like this is the energy of like closed mouths not being fed. Like this is definitely someone who kept a lot of their thoughts and opinions and feelings to themselves. So it's like they can't get mad if they didn't necessarily get what they wanted, or if they weren't really active within your connection, if they played that position. So I'm just feeling like you were more so of the leader within the connection. Like you were willing to direct the connection wherever it needed to go, but I feel like you were directing it for success. and you were doing it with someone who was very hesitant, and also someone I feel like that lacked like relationship skills. Like, is this the first relationship they ever been in? Like the first serious relationship that they've ever been in? Or are they used to just like being in situationships or something, like things that are really just unplanned and spontaneous and light, and fun? Like, yeah. I also feel like this person really couldn't take your, I want to say, like straightforward and direct demeanor. I feel like you're a very straightforward person. You're a very honest person, a very integritous person. Like, you know exactly what you want, and you're not afraid to like speak up and say what it is that you want. And I just feel like this person wasn't really ready or prepared to deal with someone like you. Okay, they're not necessarily ready or prepared to deal with someone like you. I feel like you're very straightforward and direct, and they're the type of person who will, like I said, kind of like beat around the bush. They're not as like assertive with their opinions. I can even go as far as to say that this may even be like a very passive aggressive person, you know, or just someone who is like, they don't speak up, they don't use their voice, they don't use their words. So it's like they're always left feeling unsatisfied or dissatisfied. But I think that's more so on them. It's like if something's not panning out the way you would like it to, then I feel like you should speak up as opposed to like letting other people make decisions and choices for you. So that's kind of what I'm seeing here. Yeah. I feel like your intellect and just how like smart you are, and also how like perceptive you are, was a challenge for them, because this is definitely someone who, like I said, was bluffing. They were pretending, and they were also wearing a mask. They didn't really want to tell you how they truly felt about you. So in many ways, I feel like your ability to like see this person left them feeling like exposed, and I think that's not something that they liked. But they're also not forthcoming with important information, so that's weird. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, what was your ex say about how they treated you? Well, they feel bad. Basically, just taking it back is like they feel bad for not really truly expressing how they felt about you. They feel bad. They feel like if they did that, then it would have exposed them, like I said, or they feel like maybe you would have even taken advantage of them. They feel like they could have even been like victimized. That's how they feel. So I don't even know if this just has to do with you, or it's just in general, like this person having an issue with like expressing their emotions. But yeah, they just feel like the connection between you and them was complicated for no reason. They feel like they complicated a lot of things for you. They also feel like they just added additional like delays and setbacks towards your connection. Like there was a clear trajectory towards having some type of successful connection with this person, Leo. Like it was clear, like there was an open road, but they just feel like they put up a lot of blockages, barriers, and boundaries in the way that really caused the both of you to never really get to the finish line. Okay, so that's what they're saying here. It's like, yeah, you can go the distance, but I also feel like this person was like dragging their feet. I'm kind of getting the energy of like, I don't know if you all are parents like me, but I just remember when my son was little, and we'd be like in the store, and I'm only needing like a couple things, okay, on my grocery list. And so it's like, if he wanted to go to the candy aisle or to the toy aisle and those things were not on my list, it's like I would always have to like drag him, okay, kicking and screaming. I would always have to like drag him, like not like drag him on the ground, but it's just like take his hand and pull him, like kicking and screaming and everything. I feel like this person feels like they didn't make things easy for you. Okay. They feel like they caused you additional stress and anxiety when they should have just like allowed themselves to like fall into the relationship without feeling like you would take advantage of them or victimize them or manipulate them. Um, and you know, maybe the both of you would have actually had something successful. Maybe the both of you could have even had something more serious like a marriage, but they just feel as though they caused so many like delays and, you know, setbacks towards your connection being able to have something, you know, serious. So Yeah, they would basically just say that they were a saboteur, okay, and that caused you a lot of like tension, that caused you a lot of worries, and that caused you eventually to have to like walk away from this connection and to just let it die because there was just too many setbacks that delayed the connection from really progressing and moving forward, even though that was what you wanted. So yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, for some final messages, uh yeah, this ex is definitely still obsessed with you. Okay. So even if you were to run into them today, they would still be playing that game of trying to act like they don't want you or just pretend. But for real, deep down inside, is like this person is still wanting you. Okay. They're definitely still holding on to you and they're still stalking you, whether it's online or even just asking people about you. So yeah, that's crazy, Leo. Dorian said that lion energy is real. Hey Moa, I could do Capricorn next. Let's see, Capricorn. All right. You're welcome, Moa. That is completely fine. It's nice to see you again also. All right, Capricorn, your timestamp is going to be 5630. All right, Capricorn, what would your ex tell your new romantic partner? And shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Definitely make sure you like the live. You can even hype the live as well because it helps with my channel's discoverability. Thank you for putting the timestamp there, Moa. I appreciate that. All right. Let me see. Is this you? Yeah. Okay. All right. So, as far as with the connection overall, Capricorn, your ex would definitely say that y'all's connection was unstable. Okay, it was unstable. There was just a lot kind of going on emotionally, and it was just too much to put up with. Okay, it was too much to put up with emotionally. They would say that y'all's connection just highly affected them in a negative way. They will also say that they were avoiding your connection. So I think Capricorn, you were dealing with someone who's like a runner, someone who has an ability to like emotionally self-regulate or even to communicate how they were feeling. So instead of trying to work things out with you, they were just kind of like pushing you away, blocking you out, and avoiding you. So yeah, they will also say that they understand why you left. You left and you left them behind because you were just tired of dealing with these same cycles and just dealing with the emotional storm and just the drama that came from being in a connection with this person. So yeah, this is too much. Whoever you're dealing with, Capricorn, like I said, had like a very avoidant personality or just avoidant attachment style. And it turned you off eventually. Okay, it turned you off. They're also saying that they were going through a lot, like emotionally, as far as like their emotional health issues, like depression. They were going through that while they were in a connection with you. But they realized that the best thing to do would have been to just like talk to you about these things, to communicate with you about these things so that y'all would come to like an understanding as opposed to just like avoiding the whole thing and making you perceive them in a way that was inaccurate. They feel like if they would have been honest with you and told you the truth about what was going on with them, that, you know, maybe, like I said, y'all would have worked it out and it would have stopped you from walking away from them, but it didn't. Okay. I feel like there's too many conflicts, okay, within this connection. Like there's too many conflicts, like because they're avoidant, they were always hot and cold and just inconsistent. You didn't really know if they were coming or going. So Yeah, I think that's too much to put up with for one person. Just to be in a connection with someone, that's actually too much to put up with. So they're acknowledging that, and they're saying like, okay, yeah, I understand why, you left, because I was too much to deal with emotionally. I had a lot going on. But I definitely feel like depression is being highlighted here. So you were dealing with someone, Capricorn, that had some emotional health issues, and they were disassociating themselves from that. They were distracting themselves from that. And it just it has some like negative and dire consequences for your connection, and for you being able to like maintain or sustain a connection with them. So yeah, they understand why your connection broke up, is pretty much what they're saying here. So what would your ex say positively about you in the relationship? Moa said, true. It helps to know. Hey, Roger. Yeah, they would say that you always tried. They would say, like, the act of you finally walking away was because you couldn't put up with the shit no more. Okay, that's what they would say, Capricorn. They would say that, like, you actually tried. And they would say that, you know, in many ways it's like they don't really deserve you. um it seems as though this was someone who was always sabotaging your connection. I want to say also, but then always came out as well. And they just feel like eventually you became so like exhausted with it, but despite you being exhausted, it's like you still tried. Like they also would say that like even when they were having a bad day or going through like difficult times within their own personal life, it's like you will always show up for them. You will always try to make them feel better. You would try to do fun things with them. You would try to connect with them to help make them feel better. Like you actually cared. You showed them kindness, love, generosity, and they still didn't deserve it. Because what I also heard was they took it for granted, but I just feel like they did not deserve that. Because despite the fact that this person was like hurting you, it's like you still showed up, you still gave, and that's what they're saying here. So it's like you actually do care about lifting people's spirits when they're not in a good mood, or when they're dealing with like a difficult life experience, or if they're in survival mode. It's like you actually will care to like lift their spirits and to help make them feel better. So they would say that it's like you're definitely a good person for that. Like you actually really do care about your partners, and you want them to not have to experience, just a lot of the difficulties that they experience. It's like, even though it's their life, it's like you still want to help make their life feel better. Okay. Like, so yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing here, Capricorn. Yeah. Yeah. So, what would your ex say about the challenges associated with you and the connection? Well, you were dealing with someone, Capricorn, that was very like pessimistic, someone who has a very like negative mindset, and also someone who needs to heal. Like whoever you were dealing with, Capricorn, like they really needed healing, and I feel like they needed more than what you were offering them. Like what you were offering them was love, kindness, and generosity and compassion, which is good. Okay. You were offering them that, and even friendliness. But whoever this is, Capricorn, I feel like they needed therapy. Okay. They needed therapy. I also heard AA. So you may have even been dealing with like alcoholics, or they could have been taking like substances that altered them emotionally, or even altered their brain chemistry. So yeah, the challenges are in the fact that like this person wasn't really as positive, and there what really wasn't much that you could do for them. Like this is someone who was living through, just hopelessness, and this was someone who was very despondent, someone who was actually living in despair. But the energy that you brought forth was like a complete difference than what they were bringing forth. So there was definitely an energetic misalignment. I felt like your ex would say, Capricorn, that like you deserved to really be treated better, or you deserve to be with someone that was more positive than they were. You deserve to be with someone that was, I mean, healing is a continuous process, but it's like you deserve to be with someone that was a bit more further in their healing process than your ex. It's like that's what they would say here. It's like you showed them kindness, you actually cared about them feeling better, but this is just someone who was just too negative and too pessimistic. um and there were lost cause. basically. They were a lost cause. Like there was nothing that you could do to love them back into health. So that's what this person is saying. So yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, yeah. Yeah. They weren't willing to really truly, what I want to say, like, I wanted to say listen, but I also feel like you operate off of like a true faith-based mindset. You all could even be like super religious. So it's like you try to just talk to this person about like your religion or just your spirituality, and you were just trying to tell them that, like, these are things that help you to heal. Okay. These are things that help you to heal. So maybe connecting with God, okay, connecting with your ancestors, your guardian angels, your spirit guides, like these are things that help you developing a closer connection with the divine, okay, or your spiritual team. So I just feel like this is someone who, like I said, they're too much of a lost cause. I feel like this is someone who needed deliverance, but you couldn't deliver them. Okay, like you couldn't deliver them. And that's what they're saying here is a challenge. Like they just couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. I also feel like you're a really good teacher, you're a really good mentor, like you really tried to teach this person things or even techniques or coping strategies, things that they could use to help make them feel better about themselves. But I just feel like this person was so low that they weren't able to connect to the information that you were giving them. So yeah, that was definitely a challenge here. This individual could have even felt like at times you were being self-righteous, like, or better than, like you had that type of persona. But they're also admitting here that that's not necessarily the case. Like when they look back at it now, they're understanding that they perceived it wrong because of just how negative that they were, or how much in a lower vibration that they were as compared to you. So yeah, that's crazy. What would your ex say about how they treated you? Yeah, I'm just getting Capricorn, and this is a lost cause. Oh, thank you so much. Let's get it. AKA Roger. Yo, Doria said, I hope things are better now, Moa. This reading has me swinging at an imaginary scrub. Yo, I'm cracking up, Doria. Doria. It's like you've been in the chat forever. Yeah. Yeah, they don't deserve you. They don't deserve you, Capricorn. Yeah, they treated you coldly. That's how they treated you. That's what they did. Like they put you in a place in which you felt like you had to protect yourself from them. So in many ways, I feel like your ex at a certain point in time, Capricorn, became very like threatening. Um, I feel like they threatened your high vibe, they threatened your energy. Um, I just feel like they threatened your mindset, like how positive and optimistic that you are, because they were so low. It's like that threatened you as well. So they know that the way in which they treated you caused you to have to, like I said, protect yourself from them. Like you had to take a step back from them because they were causing you too much pain and too much, trauma, and just they were hurting your feelings. Okay. So they understand why you decided to pull back and why you could no longer be around them, because energetically they were killing your vibe. They were bringing you down. Yeah, they were bringing you down. Yeah, I'm sorry, Capricorn, because I just feel like you're naturally a happy person, but it's like dealing with this individual, it just puts you in a very like uncomfortable place because you wanted to connect with them, but they were, like I said, bringing your vibe down. And I feel like if you would have continued to keep dealing with them, then you would have become depressed just like them, or you would have started having mental health issues as well. Yeah, you would have became unhappy, or you just wouldn't have been as satisfied with them. So yeah, they're understanding that they were a threat to your happiness, okay, and they were a threat to your future. So yeah, that's what they would definitely say. So I guess, this person is being very mature. They're being mature here. I guess, all, like Doria said, all of the exes are being mature, but that's just kind of what I'm seeing here. Is like they were a threat to your future, or to your happiness, or to your pleasure. They were a threat to that. So yeah, that's what I got, Capricorn. Let's go ahead and move on. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Moa. You're welcome. Yeah, Cha Cha said that's sad. Like unhappy people really be trying to steal your joy. Yeah. Yeah. And it's like you actually gave them suggestions for things that they could do to address their issues, but they weren't trying to listen. I feel like we all, have that one relationship where it's like you just realize that person just can't go with you. Like you just realize they can't because they don't have the belief that they can. So you can't really be with someone that's not on your energetic vibration. Like, sometimes it happens. Like you could be a high vibe person, but just have a low vibrational moment. But it seems like this person, Capricorn, is like perpetually sad. So it's not really much you can do with a perpetually sad person when you're a happy individual. It's not really much you can do. Mo would say, yes, you try to uplift people, and sometimes it's like pearls before swine. Yeah. Casting your pearls before swine. I feel like that came up in a reading that I just did. I think it was last week, but I forgot which one it was. Cha Cha said, if they're not happy with themselves, they cannot be happy with you. Moa said, though he's not swine, he just doesn't see how divine he is. See, like, see, like, yeah, they ain't deserve you. They deserve you, Moa. They ain't deserve you because it's like you're still seeing the positive side. Okay, you're still not 100% like demonizing that person for not showing up for you in the right way. Like you're still not doing that. Yeah. Dorian said, if you can't love yourself, y'all know the rest. Exactly. And Moa said, good point. All right, let's move on to Virgo. Virgo, your timestamp is going to be 112. Okay, 112. So 1 hour and 12 minutes. Virgo. All right. Let's go. I keep going for the wrong deck. Yo, I always want to start with the tarot, but I'm starting with an oracle deck. All right. Virgo, let's go. Like, what would your ex tell your new romantic partner? Well, as far as with the connection, they would say that y'all's connection was too stressful. Okay, they would say that there was a lot of tension and arguments between the both of you, and the arguments is essentially what broke the connection down. Yeah, they feel like your connection is irreparable. I think that's what it is. It's irreparable because I also heard irreconcilable differences. Okay, so they feel like your connection is completely broken and there may be, no going back. Yeah. They would say that y'all's connection ended just in a very harsh way. Or just like just how your connection went on was just it's very harsh. So they just feel like eventually it would end up shattering and breaking down, and that's essentially what happened anyway. So yeah, there was too much stress and arguments, you and this person not being able to compromise or see things on the same page or to see eye to eye, too many disagreements, and the both of you weren't like approaching the connection from a place of like understanding or trying to keep the connection going. It was more so like the both of you wanting to burn the bridge. So I feel like eventually the connection just broke down so much so that there was like no going back. Yeah, they feel like the way that it persisted was just a mistake. They feel like they should have approached it different and tried to be a bit more like conflict avoidant as opposed to like feeding into the issues or feeding into the problems and just making it something that it didn't necessarily have to be. Is kind of what I'm saying here. Yeah, they feel like it was too many conflicts. Y'all were clashing. It was too many differences. And they also feel like there was a lot of incompatibilities. But they're also saying here that y'all could have worked it out, but it just never happened. They feel like y'all could have worked it out. They feel like y'all were soulmates. And they just feel like if y'all actually truly loved each other, which I do feel like the love was there, then y'all could have worked through a lot of these issues, but y'all just didn't. That's crazy. Yeah. They feel like y'all should have worked together to like avoid conflicts and just to try to understand each other. But yeah, no. Can y'all hold on for 1 second? I need to take a second to go. I'll be right back and I'll just explain. I'll be right back. Sorry, I get annoyed when there's a lot of noise in the back when I'm trying to go live. Like that's something that annoys me. So I just had to go work that out really quick and come back because I don't really like being distracted. Like I'm the type of reader that can't really read with too many people in the back being loud, doing all that. Like I can't. So I just had to go ask for uh someone to just keep their voice down. Okay. I just had to ask for that. It's too much. It's too much. That's why I was just like, I need to go do something real quick and I'll be right back. Like, all right, Virgo. So, what would your ex say positively about you and the relationship? Yeah. Yeah. So, your ex would say that you actually care a lot about getting along with your partners, or you cared a lot about getting along with this person. So I'm just feeling like Virgo, your ex was definitely the culprit. Like they were the source of a lot of the stress and conflict and tensions that you experience within your connection. Because what they're saying here is like you actually do care about getting along with people. Like you are someone who prioritizes peace, and harmony. You don't really like problems. You are someone who just actually cares about compromise. They felt like you actually cared about like getting to know them. You all may have even, I mean, let's just take it there. You all may have even tried to like walk on eggshells as to not like start any problems or to perpetuate any issues, to continue any problems between you and them. So that's something that they're saying here that's positive about you. You tried your best with them. Okay. So Virgo, it seems like your ex is problematic. Yeah, like you tried your best because it's not even just about the relationship in general. It's like you like feeling comfortable and safe in relationships. Like you like feeling satisfied within your relationships. And they will also say that like, yeah, you're not a selfish person. You're not selfish, but you do care about yourself as well. So yeah, that's what they're saying here is like you actually cared about them. You cared about them. Like yeah, that's what they're saying here. And you always had like such a positive vision for the future of your connection. So you may have also always told this person, Virgo, like, oh, I care about our happiness. Like, I want us to get along. I want our connection to be a peaceful connection. Like, you put out a lot of like positive intentions as it related to your relationship with this person. That's what you did. And you were inclusive. That's something that they would bring up here as well. It's like you're inclusive. You try to include this person into your life. You try to, you know, get them to include you into their life as well. You felt like if we're together, we might as well be together. Like our friends should know about each other, our family should know about each other. Like you actually try to have like an emotionally mature connection with this person. But yeah, Virgo, your ex is problematic. Like I'm just gonna keep bringing that up here again. Like very problematic. You're welcome, Moa. Thank you for tuning in. Oh, thank you so much for the floating heart. Okay, I saw it before it disappeared off the screen. All right, so what would your ex say about the challenges associated with you and the connection? Yeah, it seemed like you were willing to work through the challenges, but you just couldn't get it right. Like, couldn't get it right. Mm. Virgo, were you in a third party situation? Okay, I feel like that's a challenge here that your ex is bringing up. Like, they're definitely admitting that they were dealing with another person, and that was what was also causing a lot of like the stress and the anxiety within your connection or the conflicts. This was a mistake. They felt like they shouldn't have done this to you. They feel like they deprived you of what you needed. um, they feel like you were, I don't want to say you were like a pure person, but they feel like you are an innocent person that didn't deserve to be cheated on or didn't deserve to be betrayed. That's what they're saying here. Yeah, yeah, like your ex had you in some type of third party relationship. Okay, they were dealing with another person. For some of y'all, this ex here could have been married and they may not have even disclosed that to you, but that's something that you found out because they weren't necessarily putting their time, energy, and attention into you, and you were feeling like they were abandoning you, neglecting you, and you also felt disconnected from them. So that's definitely a challenge here, is this person's inability to choose you, their inability to choose you, and their inability to give you what you actually truly deserve. So yeah, your ex is definitely the culprit. Like, I don't really like just pointing the blame at one person, but if they're saying here that like you actually cared about compromising and working things out with them, then yeah, the challenge here being third party situation, then yeah, this person definitely put you in a third party connection. They did. And this person is also saying here that they cause a lot of issues and problems for you as well, because they know that they negatively affected your sense of worth, like your self-worth and also your self-esteem. They feel like you were an overall confident person, you were a self-assured person, you knew yourself, you're a bold person, you're also a very optimistic person, like you also wanted the best. And I feel like you care a lot about pleasure, which is nice, but they're acknowledging here that yeah, you care about your pleasure, but you also cared about theirs as well. So you could be a bit self-centered but not completely selfish. So yeah, that's crazy. They put you in a bad situation. They put you um in a state of just like feeling less about yourself because of their choices that were not necessarily about you, but it was more so about them. Yeah, you had to let go of them. Yeah, you had to let go of them because it's like this person was causing too much uncertainty and anxiety and confusion within your life. So there was definitely like multiple layers or things happening beneath the surface. For some of you, this person might have had you in some type of secret relationship, but there's an aspect of secrecy here, like a secret love affair. And just something that was just very unclear, and it caused a lot of issues when they could have just expressed and told you the truth of what was going on. So yeah, yeah, like this is definitely an individual that operates in the dark and operates in confusion and uncertainty. um I don't like that for you, Virgo. Yeah, I don't like it for you, but that's what they're saying. The challenge here is they put you in a third party situation. There was cheating, backstabbing, and betrayal going on, and they also said that they did not choose you. Yeah, that's disrespectful because you were actually willing to work with this person to get to know them. You wanted to incorporate them into your life. You wanted them to incorporate you into their life. um but I think that's where a lot of the issues started, because this was someone who was still like exploring and playing the field and kind of just focused on their own happiness. So you were being, even though you could be a bit self-centered, it's like you were being selfless with this person and they were more so being selfish. So yeah, and you spoke up for yourself as well. So that was also a challenge. Them knowing that they were doing you wrong, but also trying to disregard what it was that you were saying, even though everything that you were saying to them about how you were being treated was valid. So this person knew that they were causing you harm, but still continued to do so. And then also, they may have done a lot of they may have played a lot of games with you, or they may have punished you through like the silent treatment, not really wanting to hear what it was that you had to say. So yeah, I think that's quite disrespectful. So yeah, they definitely disrespected you, Virgo. Hey Tay, it's nice to see you. I hope you're well. I hope you're doing good. Yeah, your ex would say, as far as how they treated you, they definitely didn't treat you right. They didn't give you what you deserved. They feel like they owe you. Okay, they owe you because it seems like you only ever wanted to like get along with them and to compromise with them and to just have a peaceful connection, but they were causing a lot of the problems. And they just feel like they were breadcrumbing you. They weren't really giving you what you truly deserved. They were depriving you of what you needed, and you stuck beside them. Okay, you really stuck beside them despite the fact that there was some third party BS going on behind your back. It's like you literally still stuck beside them. You still tried to see the best in them. You hope that things would change. You hope that eventually y'all would, have some type of commitment or get married. You were hoping that the connection between the both of you would have, just been able to help get y'all through like the tough times. So I don't want to say that you're like a ride or die. Yeah, I don't want to say ride or die, because ride or die has a lot of like negative connotations attached to it. But you weren't willing to give up on them so easily, is what I can say. So yeah, this person definitely feels bad for not giving you all of what you truly deserved. I feel like it's time, it's attention, it's like giving you energy, positive energy. And for some of you, it could have even been like financially, like they didn't truly invest in you like they felt like they should have. And now they feel disappointed. Your ex feels like they made a lot of mistakes. That's what they would tell your new romantic partner. It's like they made a lot of mistakes as it related to you, and they feel bad because they tried to keep you in a situation or a part of some type of like relationship dynamic that you were actually better than. You didn't deserve how they treated you. So you're not a pure person, but you're an innocent person, and they did you dirty. That's what they're saying. They let you down, and they disappointed you, and they feel bad about that. So yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, Virgo. Yeah, they know this is true. They know that they didn't treat you right. Okay. And they also want to say that they should have listened to you, or they should have showed you the respect that you deserved, because everything that you were saying to them, like I said, was valid as it related to like how they were treating you and just how it was affecting you and the pain it was causing you, even though y'all were clearly in love with each other or in a relationship. And this person saw you as a soulmate. So they're just understanding the situation now from a different perspective, and they're understanding that by you like expressing what it was that you had to say, or how you felt, is like they feel like you were challenging them, but it was a challenge that they should have saw, um, not through you like challenging them negatively, but just I guess you were kind of like displaying like maybe even tough love, and they just feel like they didn't perceive it correctly. Okay. They perceived it like, oh, you were trying to argue with them, or, you were trying to cause conflicts and, problems. Like that's how they're looking at it. But it's like this person was actually the individual that was doing it. Like they're understanding that they were being very manipulative, because I also heard like master manipulator. But they're realizing that it's like by you speaking up for yourself, it's like you are only challenging them to want to do better or to treat you better, and not necessarily challenging them to like break them down, or challenging them to gain some type of like advantage over you. So yeah, Virgo, your ex is like a very like manipulative and like strategic person. Okay. And I feel like your ex is definitely someone who doesn't really like operate through their emotions. It's like they're always operating through their intellect. And yeah, like I just want to tell you that like everything that they did was a choice. Okay. It wasn't like they happened to find themselves in a third party situation. It's like everything that they did was a choice. And they treated you very harshly. They treated you coldly, and they were very detached, as opposed to just like approaching the situation from a place of love. So that's what they're saying here. Like they're acknowledging that they didn't treat you right, and they literally chose to deprive you of what you needed. And that's why y'all's connection wasn't able to really stand the test of time. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Virgo. Yeah. Because I feel like sometimes people like think that when they're treated badly, that it's not something that's happening on purpose. But in this case, Virgo is like your ex knew exactly what it was that they were doing. Okay. This wasn't a confused person. This was definitely someone who chose. They made decisions. And that's why y'all's connection ended up, broken. And they just realized that like the things that they chose to do were just mistakes. They treated you poorly. And they know that they're gonna have to receive their karma for how they dealt with you. They know it. They know they're gonna have to take accountability at some point in time for what they did. Yo. Dorian said, my Virgo behind feel like I just had two exes for one special. Thanks for memory scrub. Let me left me free to beware. Yo, that's hilarious. Cha Cha said, I have no exes. Only lessons learned. Yeah, I don't claim anybody from my past. It's like, why would I claim you? Like, what you talking about? I don't even say exes. I just be like somebody I spent time with. And it's like, why would I claim somebody as an ex? It's not like they ever treated me with the respect that I feel like I deserved. It's not like they ever, you know, gave me like a girlfriend proposal. And like where I'm at right now, I don't really have it in me to be anybody's girlfriend. Okay, like I'm not really looking for that where I'm at in life, but that's just me. Moa says this sounds like my guy too. You have Virgo placements in your chart, Moa? All right, let's go ahead and move on to Taurus. Taurus, your timestamp is going to be 132. Hey, Julie. Yeah, sorry about that pause, y'all. Like, I can't stand noise. Honestly, I really can't stand it because it just really throws me off. And then it's like I almost got into an argument about asking for the noise to be reduced, and I just don't think that's necessary. I really don't think so. So, all right, let's move forward. I didn't want to have to reschedule the live, but I probably should have. I'm not even gonna hold y'all. No, we're not on water yet, but we could go to water after. We could start with Cancer. Roger, we'll do Cancer, Pisces, and Scorpio after Taurus. All right. Taurus, let's go. So what would your ex tell your new romantic partner? Yo, how did I know? Like, yo, so Taurus, your ex will tell your new romantic partner that they felt like you was the one for them. Okay. They felt like you were the one. Okay. They felt like y'all had a deep soulmate connection. Okay. They felt like y'all had a unified partnership. That's what they would tell your new romantic partner. Like they felt like you were the one for them. Like they just had this inner knowing that it was you. Like, ugh. They would tell your new romantic partner that you're the one that got away. Like, oh my God. Taurus, your ex is doing the most. Yeah. Yeah. They would tell your new romantic partner that like y'all were maybe even twin flames. Okay. They felt like you were their divine feminine or divine masculine. That's how they feel. They feel like y'all were part of the same soul family. Y'all are soulmates. They would tell this person that they know that y'all had lived multiple past lives with them, okay, or together. Like that's what they would tell your new romantic partner. Like, I just feel like those are fighting words, okay? I feel like those are fighting words. Like, I I feel like those are fighting words. Do y'all feel me? Like, do y'all feel me? But yeah, yeah, like, I mean, and they would tell them that like they feel so distraught that things did not necessarily work out between you and them because they literally felt like you were the one. They're still pretty torn apart because of this, Taurus. Like that's what they would say. Like they're having an just a difficult time with being able to like let go of you or to let go of the connection because they just knew in their hearts, they just knew that it was you, that you were the one for them. Yeah. Yeah. And they still feel deeply for you. So I'm saying, like, I know this is just one of those readings that's entertainment based, but I don't know how your new romantic partner will feel about this because it seems like Taurus, your ex is still hung up over you because they just feel like y'all had a connection and it's very difficult for them to like get past it, to move on. They still feel like stuck and trapped within the connection that y'all had, even though it's not currently persisting. So, yeah, they're having a difficult time with being able to get over you, Taurus. All right, Dorian. Of course. Have a good one, okay? Have a good one. Yeah. Not you, Dorian, but the person that commented after you is a weirdo. It's like, you keep your shit hairy? Like, what is you even talking about? Like, weirdo. But yeah, have a good night, Dorian. Yeah. Yo. Yeah, so what would your ex say positively about you in the relationship? Well, yeah, this is, yeah, I feel like this would cause a fight, Taurus. Like, I really feel like if your ex actually said this to your new romantic partner, it would definitely cause some type of fight or something, okay? Because they're definitely talking a lot about the sexual intimacy that the both of you had. They would say that you are like the best sexual partner that they've ever had, okay? Especially if you know you got hot and heavy with this ex, like that's what they would say. Like they would say that you have stamina. They would say that you turned them out. They would say that they've become 100% like addicted and obsessed with what it was that you did to them. So I definitely feel like you turned this person out. Like I feel like that's what happened here, Taurus. That's what they would talk about. So yeah, they feel like you just had this like power and control over them. But I feel like this is something that they liked, Taurus. Like they liked it. So yeah, yo, this is hilarious. This is so hilarious. Yeah. They just feel like you exposed them to like a whole new world of being, or maybe even like you introduced them to some like some new things, like things they never really tried out before. Um, you left them always wanting more. Um, they may also say you're like a seductress or you're very tempting. Um, yeah, like your connection had like just an intense hold on this person. And I feel like that's why they're still stuck. Like that's why they're still longing for you. Um, it just seems like the connection that you and them had was like very intense. They would say that they've never felt like this before. Like never. They never met anybody that made them feel like this. Like, yeah, what's your question, Tabitha? Hey, Chandra. But on another note, your ex would definitely say that you're also a very friendly and kind person. They would say that you inspired them to like want to push past any type of like limitations or things that could have potentially been holding them back in life. You may have even pushed this person to like go after their goals or dreams or things that they wanted to like experience in life. It's like you really push this person to like want to go after these things as opposed to like remaining stagnant within their life or even regressing. They would say that you're like a true free spirited person. that you're an adventurous person, that you're someone that is courageous and you love to take risks. Um, so that's something that they would say about you as well. It's very positive. But yeah, they're definitely still hung up on the sexual intimacy that you and them had together. Roger said, it is what it is. It be like that. I mean, I guess Taurus must have turned them out. Like, yo, um, Taurus, if you ended up having a child with this person, they're also commenting on just the fact that they love they love the fact that they still are kind of tied to you through your child or children. Okay. And that's if you know that you had a child by this person. It's like they love the fact that y'all still, share something, even though y'all may not be together. It's like that y'all have a child together. It kind of keeps you and them attached. So they love that attachment. What would your ex say about the challenges associated with you and the connection? Roger said, yo. Yo, what would your ex say about the challenges associated with you and the connection? Well, the love that y'all shared was like very overwhelming. At times I feel like it was too much for this person to like really process or to understand or even put into words. So I think that's something that they would say is a challenge. At the time in which you all were together, it seems like you had, like I said, some type of hold over this person, or what I also heard was like you had the key to their heart. So yeah, I just feel like this person was overwhelmed. Like I said, they felt like they never felt like this before. So that's what they're kind of perceiving. It's like they never felt like this before. I don't think they were 100% ready for this. I feel like it was also something that was very like unexpected. So that was something that was very challenging. Sometimes it was so overwhelming that they didn't really know how to like get a hold of it, is what I'm saying. Yeah, whoever you're asking about, Taurus, like this is definitely someone who had issues with vulnerability, or they repressed or suppressed a lot of their emotions. But when they met you, um, they just felt like I said, you were the one for them. They felt like you were the one that they were going to get married to. For others of you, like I said, if you got pregnant and had a child by this person, it's like they saw you as the mother of their child. Okay, so they saw all of those things from the moment in which they met you, and that was overwhelming. They never had that type of experience. So I'm kind of feeling like it's love at first sight, but I'm also getting here that like this person's soul like recognized yours, and they weren't ready for that. Yeah, they weren't ready for that. Like you were everything that they wanted and they weren't ready for it, which is crazy because people will really ask and pray and beg for a specific type of person. Like they'll really be asking the divine and the universe for that, and then they get it, and then they're not prepared to have it. And it's just like, look, you're not going to be 100% ready for anything, but you just have to be willing to take the risk. So, yeah. Um I mean, I'm seeing this as positive because this person is saying that you're everything that they wanted. Like you essentially check all the boxes, like you're everything. But I'm just kind of getting that they were not necessarily ready for that, or it was just a bit too like overwhelming for them. Yeah, it was a bit too overwhelming for them. Yeah. Well, I don't know. That's kind of on them. Like I said, you kind of just have to go with it. Like you kind of really do. Like once they saw you and identified that you were the one, like they should have just kind of went with it. But oftentimes people have issues with being able to like trust their intuition and just to give things a chance without having like solid proof or any type of facts to go off of. So it just seemed like what's going on between you and them is just like highly spiritual, and it really does cause for somebody to have to be like rooted in their intuition. And I just feel like this individual wasn't necessarily there. Okay, they weren't necessarily there. Like they had an immense like pull attraction um towards you, but they didn't really understand why. Okay, but now they're saying that they understand that y'all were soulmates and that y'all were kind of heard that song by Money Long, like that song where she like made for me, like they feel like y'all were made for each other, that kind of thing. But I don't think this person was like prepared, and I also feel like this is someone who needs to like rationalize things in their mind, and they couldn't rationalize why they felt so instantly in love with you from the moment that they met you. They couldn't rationalize or understand that. All right, so what would your ex say about how they treated you? Yeah, well, your ex knew that you were the one. Um, they definitely knew that. But I also feel like I said, they weren't necessarily prepared. Like your ex feels like they should have made more space for you in their life. They feel like they should have accommodated you. They feel like when they first met you, and they kind of got the picture that you were like the one for them, even though they weren't able to like rationalize it. They felt like they should have done more to like just incorporate you into their life, or they felt like they should have done more to pay attention to you or to be more flexible with you. um I feel like this is someone who like has like black or white thinking, or if it's not this, it must be that. So they definitely have issues with like nuances and gray areas. And I feel like this is someone who just they felt like even though the love was here, that it because it was overwhelming, they kind of took it like negatively, as opposed to like looking at it like, okay, like this is my person, like this is my partner, let me continue to walk down this path with this person. It's like they just kind of looked at it negatively. I just feel like this is someone who is like disconnected from their intuition. So this was a good thing, like you were a good thing, you were a blessing that came into their life, but they just didn't know how to handle it. They didn't know how to like, in many ways I feel like they know they fumbled you. um yeah, they know they fumbled you, but it was because of their own doing. Like, I also feel like this person kind of operated off of a sense of lack. They felt like they didn't have much to offer or much to give you in return. But I don't even think that was something that you cared about. I think you just wanted this person to like show up and to get familiar. Because I'm not just saying that you be carrying yourself like you're the one for everybody, but it's like you carry yourself with respect. I feel like you are the ideal partner for anybody. Honestly, I feel like you're an ideal partner. um and yeah, they just fumbled you. They fumbled you. They feel like they should have really truly like committed themselves to like really working on this connection, as opposed to like remaining in limbo, like just kind of going back and forth between two different opposing thoughts. They feel like they should have made more room and space for you. For some of you Taurus, this could even be someone who was like a workaholic as well. Like this is a specific message. They feel like they should have focused more so on investing within your connection, as opposed to like focusing on their money and finances. Yeah, this is someone I feel like that tried to like distract themselves by focusing on other things. So they felt this immense connection with you, but they could have also put other things above you, like didn't necessarily prioritize you. So that's what they're saying. They feel like they should have prioritized you, because now they know that you are the one for them after the fact. But they knew it from the moment they met you. Yeah, they felt like they should have worked a bit more harder on, just developing more so of a long-term connection with you. Yeah, this is definitely someone who was not ready. Um, I just feel like they should have gotten familiar. Okay. And I think that this is definitely someone who, I don't want to say that like they like wasted time, but I think, yeah, I feel like they just took too long to just decide on, yeah, they took too long to decide on what they would do or put in any like true effort. Yeah, I think this is someone who ran away because of how overwhelming their feelings were for you. They ran away. That's sad. People definitely sabotage their happiness all the time, and that's just what I'm getting here, Taurus. Like your ex definitely sabotaged their happiness, because now they wish that they would have prioritized the connection even more. Now they wish they would have invested more. They wish they would have committed themselves to you even more, or to the connection. um but yeah, this was definitely a long-term connection that they could have had, Taurus, that they ended up fumbling by not like prioritizing you, prioritizing it, or just kind of going back and forth between like two different opposing thoughts. Yeah, that's crazy. But for the most part, Taurus, whomever is on your mind is still hung up over you. Like they definitely still want you. They know now that you're the one. Hey, Lisa. I hope you're doing well. I hope you and Zoe are doing well. Lisa said, too little, too late. Moa said, soul connection, but provider. And yes, ran to make money and ended up putting that first. Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, Shonda Bar. Yeah, this is an all signs, Shonda. I'm done with the earth signs now. We're moving on to the water signs, and we're starting with Pisces. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. We're starting with Cancer because Roger asked for water. And Roger, it's been a while, okay? It's been a while. Like, how you been doing, Roger? Okay, we haven't really seen you in the chat like that. How have you been doing? Yeah, I'm glad you still made it as well. Okay, y'all just did a long walk to the store. That's what's up. The upside down smiley face. Okay, well, I hope she enjoyed herself. All right, Cancer, your timestamp is going to be 152. It's okay, Shonda. Aries was 11 minutes. Oh, you said you asked for Pisces? Did you ask for Pisces before Roger asked for water? Cha-cha? Lisa said it's chilly and dark out. She's such a champ though, walking around so brave in her wolf hat. Yeah, talk about it, okay? Talk about it. Kids are always trying to do adventurous stuff. It's like sit in the house. Like, stay home. All right. All right. I already dropped the timestamp for Cancer, so girl, I hope you're gonna be okay. Because I already said Cancer. I'm sorry. Lisa says she out here acting grown. All right. Cancer, what would your ex tell your new romantic partner? You gonna say she be okay? Is she? How do you know that, Roger? How do you know? How do you know Cha Cha not rolling her eyes right now? Good night, Moa. You're welcome. Let me get some clarification on what they would say about the connection overall. Okay. Yeah, they would also say, similar to one of the other signs here, that your connection was just too unstable. Okay, it was too unstable. It seems like you went through a lot of cycles with this person, because there was just a lot of like confusion and uncertainty about if you should remain with this person, if y'all should stay together, or if you should break up with them. So I just feel like what they're saying is like the connection was always in limbo. It was never like a secure or stable connection emotionally. There was a lot of ups and downs. Yeah, there was a lot of ups and downs. I feel like your ex would say like they intuitively know that this was a connection that should have ended a long time ago, but they kept themselves in it. For what though? Like why did they keep themselves in it? They would say that y'all's connection is toxic. Okay, it was toxic. It's like understanding that y'all should not have been together. There was too many issues and problems, but the fact that y'all still held on to each other, um, yeah. So they would say that y'all's connection was very codependent. Is kind of what I'm saying here. Y'all also had like a love hate relationship. That's what they would say. There was a love hate relationship. They would say that both of y'all were toxic. So they're not just saying like they were toxic. They're saying that you were also, and y'all's connection ended up being that way. Um, they would say, like I said, that it should have ended a long time ago. It seemed like there was a lot of harsh feelings and resentment that was kind of like fueling this connection to just continue down a very dark and negative path. Um, there was also, yeah, like a lack of clarity or like an inability to make the best decisions on both sides. So they just felt like there was a lot of resistance and someone should have stepped up and become the bigger person and just let the other individual go or just ended the connection. But it's like y'all still allowed a toxic situation to continue to keep persisting way past its expiration date. So yeah, they would also say that there was a lot of just harsh words being exchanged between the both of you, and that the both of you were very angry and aggressive towards each other. So they would say that y'all's connection was just it's just toxic. Like there was a lot of fights here, arguments, problems. Like the best thing to do would have just been to walk away. But I feel like y'all had a lot of cycles. So like breaking up, coming back together, breaking up, coming back together, separating, coming back together. Um, yeah. Initially there could have been some chemistry here. The both of you may have even like stuck around each other because of like the sexual connection that y'all had with each other at a particular point in time. But yeah, they yeah, y'all's connection was toxic. That's all I'm gonna say. That's what your ex is saying here. Like it was toxic, and it seems as though y'all were only connected off of the basis of one thing. It could have been sex or some type of like shared addiction or some type of like shared vice, or even some type of like toxic or negative lifestyle. Um, but they know that this should have ended a long time ago, but they continue to perpetuate it. You continue to perpetuate the connection, and now it's only led to the both of you becoming enemies. Okay, so that's what they're saying here. There's definitely a lot of anger and aggression that was displayed towards each other. Um, and they would also say that the both of you were holding each other back, is what the ex is trying to say. Like y'all were holding each other back. But okay, let's move on. What would your ex say positively about you and the relationship? Well, yeah, they would say that you are a hard worker. That's what they would say. Like you're a hustler. You focus a lot on making money. You're also very ambitious. They're also saying that you all may be like self-employed or entrepreneurs. So they would say that that's a positive and that's a plus as it relates to you. Um, yeah, you're someone who's definitely committed to your relationships, is what they're saying. Like they could see that you were committed to them and also doing whatever it took to, um, just maintain the connection. That's what they're saying. But I think it's more so like financially. So they're definitely praising you and your work ethic, is what I'm seeing here, or your like ability to make money. So that's a positive about you, Cancer. They're also saying that you're very protective, like you did everything that you needed to do or whatever was necessary to like protect the connection that y'all had between each other. So I mean, where does I don't know, because it's weird though, because it's like your ex is also saying that y'all had a toxic relationship, but it seems like you were defending this toxic mess. That's what they say here. So like, it's I don't know, like it's weird. It's weird. It's weird. But yeah, they're saying that you're very like courageous and you're brave and you have no issues with like standing up for yourself or for what's right for you, or like I said, even standing up for the connection. You may have felt like when you got with this person that it was like a level up for you, or it was kind of like a come up, or you felt like you were going to be in a better place. So I don't know, Cancer. I feel like with just how toxic the connection is, I feel like you might have been a bit too like loud and wrong. Okay, like so especially if others try to advise you on maybe you should let this person go. It's like that wasn't necessarily something that you were trying to hear. You just kind of looked at them as opposition or enemy, and you tried your best to like kind of get rid of that person, or to kind of put them off, or to just let them know like thanks for your unsolicited advice, but I'm going to do whatever I feel like is best for me and for my relationship. So they're saying that you're very protective, and they also feel like you're a hard worker. All right. So what would your ex say about the challenges associated with you and the connection? Sorry, y'all. My alarm went off. Um, okay. Uh so they feel like a challenge within the connection was also cheating. That's what they feel like here. They feel like cheating was an issue, and it was a problem. They feel like there may have also been like a lack of love within y'all's connection or relationship, especially if this is someone that you got married to. Um this is crazy. You may have also had children with this person as well. So there could have been some issues as it relates to like raising the children, or kind of being on the same page, being able to like actually co-parent is kind of what I'm seeing here. Um, Raising your children collectively. Let's see about this cheating situation. Yeah. Yeah. They feel like yeah, a challenge here was like you were in a relationship with them, but they also feel like you were acting single. That's what they're saying here. They feel like you were acting single, so they feel like you never actually really loved them or never cared about them. They just feel like there was an absence of love, care, and compassion. And I can see that because there was clearly a lot of like anger and aggression that was being like, I also heard hostility that was like just being expressed between the both of you. So that's just they feel like there should have been more love put into the situation. Like y'all could have actually supported each other. There could have been a bit more like kindness expressed back and forth, especially if y'all were in a relationship and also a marriage. So that's what they're saying. Yeah, they feel like there should have been a bit more like kindness and generosity expressed between the both of you. So yeah, that's what I'm getting here. What would your ex say about how they treated you? Well, I'm listening to what your ex is saying, but I also feel like I can't put the blame on one person. Um, I feel like the way that your connection like persisted as far as it being like really toxic, I think that's something that your ex is used to. Okay, so they feel like they should have done something different. I think like this person is used to being in like toxic connections and like having issues with their lovers, or there just being a lot of like hate between the both of you. Like y'all definitely had a love and hate relationship. That's something that they're expressing here. But if they were to be mature, they would say that like, oh, that was what they were used to. So this person may have been used to like abuse, like verbal abuse, physical abuse. This may even be something that they like are used to perpetuating, because I feel like this was something going on between the both of you. Yeah, they feel like they should have approached the relationship differently. They feel like they should have made the decision to, maybe show you more compassion, to show you more love. So, in many ways, it's like if you did step out on this person, it's like if they were mature and really truly like admitted it to themselves without ego, they would understand why. Okay, they will understand why, because they didn't truly like show you, I guess, the love and compassion and kindness that you really deserved. I think this person was just too needy, too dependent. Because I feel like y'all were in a codependent connection. So I feel like this is the person that needed a lot from you. Okay. And I feel like because of your sense of like duty and honor, obligation, it's like you were willing to do what you needed to do for the connection. Yeah. This ex, if they could really admit it, they would talk about how like insecure that they actually really are. So yeah. They're just used to toxic connections and they just wish that they would have decided to do something different with you, and maybe your connection would have just been experienced like and just in a better place, like a more successful place, as opposed to like experiencing it with all of this like turmoil and problems and conflicts and hate and anger and aggression. Yeah, they feel like maybe the both of you would have had more so of a long-term successful connection if they would have made a different choice and decision instead of continuously perpetuating the toxicity between the both of you. Yeah. Yeah. um I don't know, Cancer. For to be frank, it's kind of like I want to get out of this reading because I just feel like this was like the most negative reading of the day. The most negative reading of the day because I just feel like there was a lot of abuse that went on between you and them. Okay, so that's what this person would talk about with your new romantic partner is the abuse that went on between you and them. Um, so I'm gonna go ahead and move on. Okay, let's go to Pisces. Good night, Lisa. Yeah, I definitely get it. It's not your reading for today. So have a good night. I definitely get it. Let's get it said wild. Yeah, Lisa, I would click out too if I heard that Cancer reading because this is yeah, it's a lot. Hey, Keisha Johnson. Hey, Vanessa Pickett's. Roger said wild. Yeah, let's go ahead and move on because I'm just like, that's a lot. Cancer, no disrespect, but yeah, that's a lot. Because your ex still has a lot of hate and resentment that they're directing towards you. Like it's still there. Okay, it's still there. So I just think they and you need some healing because it's literally still there. Like it's so palpable. Like the energy is just too much. Hey, Harolyn, you said it was the truth. Can't be bad. Spot on. Like yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. Like you said, Cancer here. Let's get it said. Yeah, about to watch the new Tron movie. Oh, you talking about Tron Ares? I watched it, but I can't say that I love that movie. I ain't gonna hold you. I can't say that I loved it. Like the new Tron movie with Jared Leto. Yeah, it was interesting. Carolyn Humphrey said, "I'm tickled." Yeah, yeah. Carolyn Humphrey, your ex still mad at you. Okay, your ex is still mad. That's all I'm gonna say. Still mad. Pisces. All right, Pisces. Your timestamp is gonna be 2:08. I didn't really like it like that. Like if I had to give it like something out of 10, like if I had to rate it, I would probably give it like just for them showing up and doing all they did with the graphics, I would probably give it like maybe like anywhere between a 5 to 6 out of 10. Okay? A 5 to 6 out of 10. Just because they did a lot with the graphics in that movie and you know what I'm saying? But wasn't my favorite movie. All right, Pisces. You said my boys are Pisces. Like your children? If your children are Pisces, that's cute, but don't don't relate this reading to your kids because we talk about your ex. Shonda said, yes, that's cute. Cha Cha is a Pisces. All right, Pisces. Let me change your timestamp to 209. Okay, 209. Shonda said, I got you. All right, Pisces. Okay, what would your ex tell your new romantic partner? Oh, you're an Aries. Okay, did I already tell you the Aries timestamp, Shonda? If I did not tell you already, Shonda, I feel like maybe I did. It's 11 minutes. Yeah, 11 minutes. Okay, so I mean, your ex has a better perspective over the connection that you had with them. Like in the past, this person didn't really think too deeply into like who you are, who you were, why they even met you at the specific time in which they did, or just how important that your connection would be to them. But it's like now they're understanding the value that you provided them with, or even the value that the connection or the relationship provided them with. So it's like this person is understanding just how important that you actually are and were, and how pivotal you are to their growth. Yeah. Whomever you're asking about, yep, whomever you're asking about is like when you were dealing with them, I feel like they weren't really seeing things clearly. I feel like you were dealing with a confused person, or even someone who was just very distracted with the other things that they had going on in life. They didn't really have the space, time, and opportunity to like see you for who you actually really truly are. And but now they see it. Okay, they see it. They feel like your connection was like a real, genuine connection. And it's crazy because it seems like you have walked away from them and you moved on and you let them go. So for you, Pisces, it's like hindsight is 2020 for whomever you have on your mind. It's like hindsight is definitely 2020 for them. They're now understanding just how important that you are, how valuable that you are. Like they've gained some new clarity and some new awareness on the connection. But that's kind of like after the fact, like after the fact. Yeah, like, and I feel like these realizations that they're coming to aren't necessarily it's not necessarily doing anything positive for them. Like they're getting how important that you were, but because you walked away, it's like they feel pretty like sad about it. It's kind of what I'm saying here. They feel sad. So this is kind of the energy of like you don't know what you have until it's gone. Okay, so it took this person having to lose you to have to see the connection differently, or to have to see it for what it was. But now they feel torn up about it. Now they feel very sad about it. They do. Yeah. Whoever this ex is now is like they're really affected in a negative way because they don't have access to you anymore. Because now they're seeing things truthfully and honestly for what it is. Yeah. Yeah. They've had a shocking realization. Okay. They've had a shocking realization. And this was something that was like very unexpected. They didn't think that you would be as important to them. But you are after the fact. Yeah. And they're still obsessed with you. Okay. So let's move on. What would your ex say positively about you and the relationship? Well, they would say that you are a popular and well-liked person. That's what they would say. They would say that you are a winner, that you are someone who is successful, that you are someone who could even be like highly competitive as well. But it's like you always end up winning at the end of the day. That's what they would say. They will also say that you're very like validating and affirming. They would say that you actually paid attention to them. Okay. And it's just crazy and it's ironic because they didn't pay attention to you. If they would have paid attention to you, they would have saw just how important or valuable of a person that you are. Okay. Or could have been in their life at the specific time in which you were connecting with them. What else? Yeah, they would say that you're fun. Yeah, like I said, they would say that you're successful. Um, they would say that you're a good time, that they like going out with you. Like I said, you're a popular person. So at the point in which you were dealing with this individual, it's like you may have had like just a lot of friends or you knew a lot of people. So they like that about you. They just feel like your connection was just very fun. It was always a good time with you. Okay. It was always a good time. Yeah. Yeah, they connected with you. They connected like, and they will also say that you're like a very loving person and you also like to consider your partner. So I feel like you really considered this person, you considered their perspective. You actually cared a lot about like working with this person. You were a very good communicator. It was always a good time when they spoke to you. Um, you just like to have fun. You're not really the person that likes to cause too many issues and too many problems. So that's something that they're saying here. Um, but yeah, yeah, yeah. They will also say that, yeah, just taking it back, it's like you're also a very successful person. Especially if you all are like business owners or entrepreneurs, or even at the point in time in which you were talking to this person, you were focused on like your own creative projects. They said they are saying, okay, that it's like you put in a lot of hard work and so they feel like you deserve a lot because you are diligent, you're committed, you're loyal. You put a lot into what it is that you do. Okay, they will also say that you are a very independent and self-sufficient person. You have the ability to like really take care of yourself, and they feel like you always manifest what it is that you say you want, so you're literally always achieving and accomplishing goals. Okay, that's what they would say here. Yeah, you're always pursuing your passions and you're also inclusive as well. So um they would say that you try to like kind of include them in what it was that you were doing for your own financial security and stability. So you're not like a selfish person. You're someone who likes to like share resources. You may even try to help this person get a job or point them in the direction of like an opportunity that they could take. So they will also say that you have been a blessing as opposed to a liability. Like, and just in general for your partners, it's like you prefer to show up in that way. So you're not necessarily a taker, but you are a giver. And they would also say that you are highly influential. So, hey, La Unique. Kwani said, "Hey y'all, what sign are we on? Football games had me in a chokehold today." Kwani, we're on Pisces. Bria, the timestamp for Leo is 43. Yeah, 43 minutes, Bria. Oh no, we didn't get to the air signs yet, Kwani. We didn't get to Gemini, Libra, or Aquarius. You're welcome. Yeah, you know how to be a part of a relationship, but you also know how to be independent. So they would say that I guess a positive aspect about y'all's connection was that it was more so of like an interdependent connection where you didn't really need them for too much, but you wanted them. Hey, Michi, am I saying your name right? Michelle? um, Scorpio. No, I didn't do Scorpio yet. Scorpio's next. What would your ex say about the challenges associated with you and the connection? Mm, there may have been some issues here with like power struggles. You know, they would definitely say that as well. Like they would say some issues here with power struggles, like the both of you having like a great deal of like just, you know, strong masculine energy. I feel like your masculine energy was definitely displayed through your ability to like, you know, just take care of yourself, or even as it relates to you being like an entrepreneur, or, you know, just focused on finances, like doing whatever it takes to achieve your goals. Like you put a lot of masculine energy behind that, which is needed. You got to be action based if you are going to get anything out here in this world. Like you can't just kind of sit back. But yeah, I do think there was an issue here with power struggles, like, and you know, both of you kind of like it's like both of you existing in the same space. Okay, so that's kind of what I'm seeing here, but I want some clarification. I kind of want to get into it. Yeah. Whoever you're asking about, Pisces, I also feel like even though y'all had like an interdependent connection, I do think that you were the leader within the connection because they're saying that you are influential, but I also feel like a part of them was a bit insecure about that. Okay. A part of them was a bit insecure about that because they felt like they should have been able to like provide or to give you more. But they didn't really have much to give. They didn't have much. It seems like you were outlapping this person, or even just kind of running circles around them. I'm also getting that you have like limitless energy. So I think this person had an issue with being able to keep up with you. I just think you may have displayed a bit more like masculine energy than them, and that's something that made them feel threatened. But I also feel like it was something that compromised your connection as well. Because I'm just getting that the both of you displayed some yang energy and it kind of clashed. I hope y'all get what I'm saying. Like the energy clashed. Yeah. Yep. Um, I think in some ways it's like this person began to like feel like intimidated by your presence. It's like the things that they initially like loved you for, I feel like eventually became like things that they detested you for, or eventually became, a challenge within your connection. So yeah, that's crazy. Like I remember dealing with this one Virgo guy and it was kind of like that. Like he was so like hyped because like I was liked and I was charismatic and just all these amazing things. But then like over time, once he realized that like I wasn't just being like that with him, that's how I am with everybody. It's like he felt some type of way. He started to like hate me for the qualities that he initially loved me for. I hope y'all get what I'm saying. But yeah, that's what I see here. I think this person started to become a bit like intimidated by you. And I also feel like they became a bit like intimidated by your lifestyle. I'm just seeing that this is someone who had like less resources than you. Like that could be like finances, financial opportunities, or just like they didn't know as much as you did. Okay. They weren't like so much in the know, especially as it relates to like, let's just say financial literacy or business acumen, or just being as skilled as you. So I think that started to threaten this person's place within your life. So they love the fact that you were independent, but I feel like eventually down the line they saw that there was kind of like no place for them. Like you didn't necessarily, like I said, need them, you wanted them. I feel like this is someone who like wants to be needed or wants to feel like there's a place for them or there's a position for them. That's crazy. Oh, you're welcome. Hey, Mike Taylor. Mike said, true. She went from being on the same team to wanting to battle with me for some reason. Let's get it said, Energy God. Expand. Sinulin. Hi. You must like my shirt. I love my shirt as well. Are you Brazilian? And welcome to the chat. Okay, so what would your ex say about how they treated you? Well, they should have saw you as a blessing. Okay, that's how they feel. They feel like they should have treated you like the blessing that you actually really truly were to them and just are in general. They wish they would have done that. They wish they would have treated you kindly, or they wish they would have treated you as though like you were enough. I feel like you were more than enough for this person, but I also feel like they were trying to dumb you down over the course of time once they realized that you were like outlapping them or outpacing them, or you had more abilities than them. Yeah, they wish they would have like, I want to say like humbled themselves to learn from you, because I feel like that was the point of you being in their life, was to help them, was to help them get to the next level. I'm just seeing that you were a blessing and an asset to this person, and they wish they would have treated you as such. Yeah. They wish they would have paid attention to the depth of this connection. Like they would have understood the reasoning behind why you were in their life, like sooner than later. That's how would have yeah, that's how they felt. That's how they felt. Like this how they feel right now. You were definitely a blessing. Like you were sent into this person's life to help take them to the next level. And they wish they would have appreciated you for that or shown gratitude for you for that, as opposed to like it seems like this person switched up on you, Pisces. Okay. So they wish they would have never switched up on you. Because they kind of like shut themselves out of heaven, or they kind of block their own blessings by switching up on you, is kind of what I'm seeing here. Yeah, they wish they would have shown you like love, um and just appreciated you for what you did. Yeah, they wish they would have paid attention. This is someone who was not paying attention. They were definitely distracted and disillusioned, and they wish they would have saw who you were and the importance of you being in their life earlier. But it is what it is. Hindsight is definitely 2020. But Pisces, let me look at the time. All right, y'all. So I'm just gonna go ahead and move on. But Pisces, I hope you enjoyed that reading. Yeah, this ex is definitely feeling a bit like idiotic because now they're understanding your connection after the fact. Let's get it said, not heaven. Yeah, yeah, they did. They shut themselves out of heaven because Pisces was a blessing. So I know y'all see me doing this weird thing with my hands, but I'm just trying to like bend the cards back because I've been using this deck a lot and it be getting bent, and I don't like when my cards get bent like that. I just don't. It makes it hard to shuffle. Roger laughing. Cha said definitely on my Earth Angel vibe. Yeah, hindsight is 2020. I don't like things being like cliche like that, but that's just what's showing up here. It's like this person's finally understanding the importance of you in their life after the fact. All right, Scorpio. Scorpio, your timestamp is going to be 2:27. I need to get a sip of my energy drink. You said, Cha, I be Iyanla fixing lives. No, I'm done. Iyanla fixing lives. Shonda said, we listening to the message, not looking at how the cards are. LOL, we don't care. Shonda, that's funny. Y'all are cracking me up today. Yeah, thanks. Because getting into this reading, it was a bit too much for me. Okay, like it was a bit too much getting into this reading. Scorpio, I'm gonna change your timestamp to 2:28. Cha, if you could change it to 2:28 and not 2:27. All right, Scorpio, let's go. All right, so what would your ex tell your new romantic partner? About your connection overall. That's what we're going to start with. Thank you for changing the time stamp, Cha. Let's see. All right, so it seems like you're Your ex is definitely saying that, as far as within the connection, they definitely regret just the way that things have turned out, between the both of you. They feel like they could have made better choices and decisions that would have helped to like maintain the connection, or that would have helped it to be a successful connection. And that's something that they're seeing now. um, your ex is saying that they wish they would have apologized more. So I think you were dealing with someone who would like, because I just heard like throw rocks and hide their hands, so they would cause problems but not want to take accountability. Um, and they're realizing that that was very like upsetting to you, or that was something that definitely upset the connection. So there's just a lot of choices and decisions that they could have made that would have helped your connection to progress in a positive way. But they're just feeling like they didn't do that. They always chose the opposite. So they always chose to, in many ways, like to sabotage your connection or to cause problems, as opposed to like focus more so on figuring things out and trying to come to a place of understanding. So yeah, they're feeling very like apologetic and regretful about the connection itself. Yeah. They feel like y'all's connection went through just like a lot of cycles. Okay. It was like a lot of cycles. So similar to, I think maybe Cancer, I feel like there was a lot of like breakups and making up with each other, breaking up with each other, getting back together, but not necessarily like fixing the problems or the root issues. So that's how they feel. They feel like they should have just like took a bit more time to like fix the problems, as opposed to just like choosing to kind of like sweep things under the rug and just move forward. And that's probably why your connection never really got to reach a peak, or it never really got to reach like the success, um, that it could have. Okay. Because the issues and the problems weren't necessarily being solved. They were just kind of being looked past. Okay. So it's kind of like putting a bandage over things, as opposed to just kind of like dealing with the issues and the problems. So that's what they're saying. So I think they feel like your connection is unresolved, or like the problems that y'all had, y'all weren't able to kind of like work through them. Um, and they also feel like they owe you an apology. Okay, they feel like they owe you an apology. So did they perpetuate a lot of these things? Yeah, yeah, they did. Um, they did, and they feel like they should have apologized to you for this. They also feel like the issues and the connection cause you to feel like less about yourself and who you are as a person, and they're realizing that y'all's connection and the instability may have also messed up your ability to like take care of yourself, or your ability to like go to work. Like it just caused you to feel very like depressed. It caused you to feel very like insecure. You were having a difficult time being able to like show up for yourself, or to just show up in your usual disposition, which is confident and, charming and optimistic. So they just feel like the connection caused you to really like question yourself. um Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Scorpio. I'm definitely sorry about that. But similar to Pisces, is like they're kind of understanding now that they should have chose to fix the issues, as opposed to like allowing things to be unresolved. So your connection overall, I feel like there was a lot of like unresolved issues that weren't necessarily being worked on. It's like y'all were just kind of like breaking up, getting back together, maybe not even really talking about the problem, and just continuing the connection. But it's like the problems were still there. Okay, well, have a good night, Roger. Kwani said, "What's sad is it's always like that. Miss the person after they're gone, but but probably had them all to themselves and didn't value the person when they had them. Exactly. It's always like that." Okay, Viksha. I hope I said your name right. Okay, so what would your ex say positively about you and the relationship? Well, they would definitely say that you are somebody that prioritizes peace, Scorpio, and you also know how to like restrain yourself at times. Okay, like especially when it matters and when it counts. Um, they feel like you are someone that doesn't really have like a high threshold for like for pain and for sadness and for grief. So it's like before things get to like an ultimate breaking point, it's like you would always try to like restrain yourself. And I feel like that's why this person is feeling apologetic. I think this was the individual that pushed you to the edge. That's what I'm getting here. But what they're saying is like you like it seems like you're being very mature, Scorpio, or you dealt with them in a very mature way, because I know some Scorpios is like they be flying off the handle and saying some things that can really deeply hurt people. But what I'm saying here is, I feel like this person is understanding that you could do that, but you always held yourself back. Like there was always that one thing that you could have said or did that would have really took this person over the edge or y'all's connection over the edge, but you always held back even though you could have. So they know that you could have been hurtful with your words. They know that you could have done hurtful things, but specifically with them, it's like you chose not to. You always chose to prioritize your integrity as an individual. So they're just praising you for having a better character than them. Thank you, Lily. Thank you, Mishi. Yeah. Yeah, so they're saying that you always prioritize peace. And they're also saying that you always will pull back and just focus on yourself, like mind your own business. So they're saying that they know that whenever you would take a break from them or step away from them or y'all would, be separated, it's like a lot of your time was going into yourself. So y'all know how some people be where it's like they feel like when you break up with them, it's like you're gonna go immediately jump into another relationship. It's like this person trusted you because they knew that it's like if you weren't dealing with them, that didn't mean that you were automatically going to jump into a relationship with someone else or you just out here acting single. Like, yeah, you are a single and independent person, but it seems like you put a lot of your focus into your well being. Like, you put a lot of focus into your health, or you put focus into your goals. You put focus into working on your finances. So that's what they're saying is positive about you. Like, this is basically what they're saying is that you are someone that they could trust, or they're just admiring you for your loyalty. Okay, like you're not just out here in the streets being promiscuous. It's like you're out here focusing on yourself, especially when you're not in a relationship. So yeah, Scorpio, you must be different. Okay, like you really must be different. Like you must be a real mature Scorpio. So good for you. All right. So, what would your ex say about the challenges associated with you and the connection? I know some of that came up as far as like things being swept under the rug. Um, but yeah. Yeah, it's coming back up here again. It's just like unspoken words, like words that should have been expressed, but things that were really like being kept silent or kept secret or kept hidden. Um, they just feel like there was more that y'all could have spoken about, but there were just words that were never said. So that's definitely a challenge. Maybe you and this person was just kind of like holding back. Um, but I don't feel like it was holding back as it related to like the both of you breaking up. I feel like it's in the making up process. There was a lot of words that were being held back. So the whole time it seems like Scorpio, you were exercising restraint. But what I will say is like speak up, okay? Speak up. Like, I don't want to say like don't be afraid. I just feel like the words that you have to say or what you had to say was important. Like, I feel like just like this person knows that they should have been a bit more apologetic and actually said that they were sorry, like I'm sorry, like it actually genuinely like meant it and felt it. I feel like there was more that you could have said to like really correct the relationship, but I feel like you kept it to yourself. So yeah, a challenge here was definitely within the like unspoken words, and I also heard sentiments like things that actually needed to be expressed but they were not, that could have even positively helped the connection, and the both of you from stopping that like cycle or loop that you were stuck in where it was like break up make up. Yeah, there was a lot that could have been said that may have even transformed this connection into something better. Okay, into something better. But yeah, another challenge here is I feel like within the both of you just finally being able to like let each other go. I feel like y'all had a very strong connection to each other. But even though there was a lot of like cycles of breakup makeup going on. It's like they're saying here that like, okay, maybe the best thing to do was to let it go as opposed to still like going through this like repetitive cycle. So yeah, I just feel like there was a lot left unexpressed. That's kind of what I'm feeling here, is like this person thinks that there's unresolved conflict between the both of you, even though you have broken up from this person. They feel like there's a lot of unresolved conflict still here. This person also feels like they need to apologize to you, and they hope that you would accept their apology now after the fact. Yeah, I would just say like moving forward, like, yeah, you're acting from a place of integrity, but don't keep everything to yourself. I feel like there's some information that you should disclose that could alter the trajectory of not only like your life, but just of any relationships that you decide to involve yourself in moving forward. It seems like you have important things that you should say and important things that you could express that may have even helped you and this person to end that toxic cycle, okay, or that loop. What would your ex say about how they treated you? Well, I don't think they treated you too kindly. I don't think they were as apologetic as they should have been, or just like expressing the words. They probably tried to like compensate through their actions, but that's not enough. Like, it's not enough. Like, yeah. So this person is definitely commenting on just the lack of gratitude that they actually had for the connection that y'all had with each other. Like, they feel like they could have shown you a bit more like gratitude and thankfulness. They feel like they could have been a bit more like involved in the relationship as well. They also feel like they didn't really get what they wanted to get out of the connection between you and them, but they're also understanding is because of how they approached the connection, or just like how they acted or how they were. They feel like they should have been a bit more like active within your connection, like in a positive way. They feel like they should have put more time and investment into like focusing on the success of the connection as opposed to like not being as involved. So I feel like you were dealing with like I want to say like a passive person, but I also feel like passive aggressive. Yeah. Yeah. I also feel like this is someone that acts very like aloof and detached as well. They wish they would have just been more engaged in the connection. They wish they would have been honest with you. They wish they would have never lied to you. That's what they wish as well. If this person cheated on you, Scorpio, they wish they would have never done that. So they're seeing how unfairly that they treated you. Um, they're seeing that they just could have done more to help your connection to just in the experience to just feel a bit more like positive, or they wish they could have done more to like actually truly heal the connection as opposed to being avoidant. So I just feel like there was a lot of like root issues and causes that y'all could have worked on. And it's like this person feels like they should have been a bit more active as opposed to, like I said, sweeping things under the rug and allowing things to like pile up. They wish they would have been honest. They wish they would have been more present. They wish they would have, especially if y'all didn't get married, they wish they would have gotten on the same page with you so that y'all actually could get married. Okay. This person also feels like they fumbled, but it's kind of on them, Scorpio. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, it's actually pretty much on them, but they definitely wish that they would have been more honest and integritous within the connection. And they wish they would have gotten on the same page with you and conformed. Whoever you're asking about, Scorpio, I feel like they're a rebellious person. It's like they know the right thing to do, but they always choose to do the wrong thing. So, yeah. I'm sorry about that, Scorpio. But I think that's it. I mean, this is someone who wants to apologize to you, okay? Like, they feel like it's the best thing to do right now, and they're hoping that you would accept it. But it might be a bit too late to do the right thing, especially if you don't want to like resolve any of the unresolved conflicts. Because if this isn't someone that you see yourself being with, then sometimes it's best to just kind of leave it where it is. Yeah, sometimes it's best to just like allow it to break and to just be a failed connection. Sometimes people don't like having to admit that they like contributed towards something failing. But yeah. All right, y'all. So let's go ahead and move on. Thank you, Black God 84. Let's move on to Libra. Libra, your timestamp is going to be 2:45:30. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. All right, Libra. What would your ex tell your new romantic partner about the connection overall? Okay, so Libra, it seems like your ex would tell your new romantic partner that it seems like y'all had some type of like secret relationship or secret connection that was kind of going on here, is what it seems like. Like there was a lot of concealing as it related to the connection that y'all had. So I wonder if this is a third party situation. Like, because what is the reason as to why y'all's connection would be secret? Because they're saying here that they feel like, or they felt like y'all were soulmates. They felt like y'all had a deep connection between each other. They felt like there was love. They felt like you and them were on the same page. They felt like y'all had chemistry. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, yeah, they're just feeling like there was more to your connection, but maybe it didn't really reach like a certain peak or pinnacle, like similar to the other signs. They just feel like there was more to be explored, but it never really was. And I think one of the main barriers or blockages was the fact that like y'all had some type of secret connection here going on. So maybe one of the both of you were involved with another person. Maybe there was some shame that was associated around you and them connecting with each other. There may have been some like major differences that were not going to be understood by others. And that's could be anything. It could be a difference in like education, a difference in class, a difference in religion, lifestyles. I think I said age already. Maybe even a difference in ethnicity, especially if this was like an interracial connection. So yeah, they just feel like your connection was like heavily scrutinized, okay, either by you or even by outsiders. That's what they're saying. So there was like too much focus and attention um being placed on like how the relationship would be perceived by other people. Okay, there was too much focus and attention on that. So they just felt like those outside influences was affecting the connection that you and them actually had together. um they're also saying here that like the both of you would, even though y'all were attracted to each other, it's like the both of y'all would push each other away, or y'all would avoid each other, or you would block each other. So it seems like the connection between you and this person was so overwhelming that it couldn't really be contained in the box in which it was. So That's what they're saying here. They just feel like they didn't really experience like the fullness of a connection with you. So I wonder if this is really an ex that's on your mind, or if it's not someone that you were just like connecting with, like situationship wise or friends with benefits. Yeah, they just feel like there was more depth to your connection than what was experienced. I'm just kind of feeling like your connection was like in a box, like where it's supposed to be like expansive and unconventional. It just seemed like it was limited and conventional. So that's kind of what I'm seeing here. What would your ex say positively about you and the relationship? Well, as far as with you, they're definitely saying that you are just a very empowered person. Like you are someone that knows what you want. Um, you are someone that just has a very like strong and authoritative presence. You also could be very influential. You're a leader. So that's something that they like about you as well. They like that you are a problem solver. They like that you are an initiator, and that you're also a very like act action based person. Okay, they like that about you. You have a very commanding presence. You really command respect as opposed to demand respect. And they also like the fact that you have a lot of life experience. So age could definitely be, not I want to say an issue, but there could have definitely been a difference in age here, because they're looking at you as someone that has a bit more like knowledge, wisdom, and experience than they do. That's what they're saying here. Hey, Amaya Davis. Yep, Taurus is definitely done. They feel like, as far as like a positive about you, is like you have no issues with like having to do the hard thing. Okay, you have no issues with that. And they also like the fact that you're a leader. They like the fact that you like would stand up for them, or that you would even like empower them to like want to stand up for themselves, or empower them to like want to just be more dominant within their life, to display more so like main character energy as opposed to being like a passive character in their own life. So it's like you encourage this person to like stand up, to grow up, or to mature, or to even like develop a backbone. So I feel like whomever you was dealing with, Libra, is someone who is like, it's just someone that hasn't really like established dominion over their own life like as a person. So if your relationship was secret, I see it more so as this person keeping you a secret, because I feel like you would have no issues with going public with this individual, but they had issues with going public with you. Okay. Now, for some of you, this could definitely be a third party situation, or was, and that's why your relationship was secret. And that's quite sad, because there seemed to be a lot of love between you and them. And it also seems like this person was like drawn towards you, but I do feel like they were a part of another situation. And I think that they were trying their best to like suppress this. They're trying their best to kind of like disconnect themselves from the connection that they had with you, but I feel like it was too intense for them to be able to do so. Now, similar to another sign, I feel like, was it Scorpio? Yeah. Similar to Scorpio, I feel like they also appreciate you for your restraint as well. Especially with this being a secret connection, it's like you could have said something, like you maybe even could have like exposed this person, but instead of doing that, it's like you really took a step back and focused on yourself. Um, Even though you could have exposed them because they hurt you, because they betrayed you, because they lied to you, it's like you kind of stood on principle and you decided to take a step back from them, and to just disconnect yourself from them, go no contact, and to even like let the connection go. So they're just respecting you for how you showed up, even though things were not necessarily fair to you. That's what they're saying here. Yeah, this wasn't a fair connection for you. But it's like, instead of you doing what you could have done, okay, you could have exposed them, you could have caused a ruckus, you decided not to. Ooh. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, so I hope I picked up all the cards. All right, so what would your ex say about the challenges associated with you and the connection? Well, they like how integritous and principled that you are. But I do feel like this is someone who has issues with being challenged. Okay, they have issues with being challenged, or with their perspective being challenged. It seems like this is someone, Libra, that likes to be in control. Okay, they like to be in control. They kind of like to manipulate things their way. And so they definitely had issues with being challenged, or they may have even felt a bit intimidated by like your position. I feel like you're definitely someone who's in a position of power. You could be like a CEO, a boss. You could even be a parent. So it's like you're naturally in like leadership roles. I feel like that's something that definitely challenged this individual. Um, but yeah, like, one of the challenges associated with this connection is the fact that like you were definitely what this person needed. Okay, you were a gift, you were a blessing from the universe, but they weren't able to really truly take the opportunity. So they kind of fumbled it because they were already a part of something else. It seemed like they were already engaged in another relationship. They may have just been playing the field in general. Um, Especially with this person, being a bachelor or a bachelorette. So they were kind of already doing their own thing. They just feel like, even though you were a good thing, it just imposed a lot of challenges, because they were going to have to like literally reshape their life to be able to accept you into their life. And I don't think that was something that they were 100% willing to do. That's why I'm just kind of feeling that like your connection was so much more than even what they allowed it to be. They just wanted it to remain boxed in, or even just like a secret, when it was more than that. You were actually a blessing from the universe, but they couldn't take it. They couldn't take you. But this person needs to grow a backbone. I feel like they're a bit spineless, and they're too concerned with just like what people would think. Yeah. They weren't truly able to go with you. They weren't truly able to like grow with you, or to come into agreement with you. That's what I'm kind of getting at. Like, some of y'all may not have even had like a full-blown relationship. Like, the person you're asking about maybe wasn't even an ex for real. Like, y'all didn't have that commitment of being in a relationship with each other, like calling that person your boyfriend, girlfriend, or partner. Like, y'all, I'm in my early 30s. Like, I'm not calling somebody my boyfriend. I'm too grown for that. Okay, I'm too grown for that. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing here. Is like, you were a good opportunity, but they were not necessarily able to take it. They weren't able to move forward with you, even though they may have wanted to. So that was challenging, and I don't think you really waited too long for this person. Is kind of what I'm saying. I feel like the window of opportunity eventually closed, and you just had to keep moving. There was just nothing that you could do. I also feel like you don't really want to stop yourself. You want to experience more out of life. So that was just a challenge. It's like this person knowing that like, if they didn't take the opportunity with you, then they weren't going to go with you. They weren't going to grow with you. So they were just kind of eventually going to be left where they were at. All right. So what would your ex say about how they treated you? They feel like they didn't do enough to show you appreciation for everything that you did, for all of the effort that you put in. I feel like you may have even tried to teach this person something. You may have even tried to influence them. But just in general, I feel like you were a gift, and they just didn't appreciate you enough for like sticking with them, giving them a chance. They feel like there was more that they could have done. There was more that they could have said, um, but they didn't. They wish that they would have treated you with more care. I feel like this is someone who pursued you because they saw you and they wanted you. Okay, they saw you and they wanted you, and they saw you as an opportunity, so they pursued you. But I don't think that this person was like truly aware of the consequences of them pursuing you. Like, especially if this is someone who was in a relationship, it's like they didn't think that, okay, well, maybe I can't mess with Libra because I'm in a relationship, and maybe I would end up dragging this person, and maybe I would end up, you know, not being able to fully invest in them. Maybe I would end up hurting their feelings. Maybe it could be a bad situation for them. Maybe it could be a dangerous situation for them. It's like they weren't considering the implications of their actions, or just what the consequences would be for you. Okay. Like the negative consequences. They weren't considering that. So it's like this person feels like they didn't do right by you. They feel like you didn't deserve their treatment, or you didn't necessarily deserve their behavior. They felt like they should have never pursued you in the first place. They felt like they should have never done it, even though they did. Okay. They feel like they caused you even more trauma. Okay. Like they just caused you problems, as opposed to reciprocating the energy of you being a blessing or asset in their life. They feel like they only became a liability in yours. They feel like in many ways they like ruined your life. Yeah, they ruined, I'm not saying they ruined your entire life, but I'm just saying here that they feel like they kind of ruined your life, okay, for the time being, or the time in which you were connecting with them. They feel like all in all, they cause you to really like question yourself. And it's like what they're trying to tell you is like, you didn't deserve their treatment. They should have never talked to you in the first place. And they also feel like you shouldn't internalize what they did, and make it seem like there's something wrong with you, because there's nothing wrong with you. Yeah. They feel like they just pursued you out of like selfish reasons. Okay. They feel like they had more than enough. Like clearly they were already involved, or just out here living their single life. And they feel like they had more than enough. And that like incorporating you in this was a very selfish thing to do. Yeah. I mean, they saw you, they wanted you. And I'm not going to sit here and say that this person doesn't have like immense feelings, but they just feel like they should have treated you um better, and they feel like they should have been a bit more like mature, and also emotionally intelligent. They just feel like they made an impulsive decision instead of thinking things through. So that's just what I'm getting here, Libra. Yeah. This ex or this person feels like they need to apologize to you. They do still feel like a deep soulmate connection. I think that's something that they're realizing, but they also feel like you need an apology for just how like unclear or uncertain that things were. And they also feel like they need to apologize for like keeping you a secret, or like containing the relationship. They feel like if they couldn't fully show up, that they should have just kind of let you go. But yeah, they also feel like they shouldn't have put their own selfish needs, wants, and the agenda first. So yeah. I'm sorry about that, Libra. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on. Let's see what's next. Gemini. Gemini, your timestamp is going to be 3:03. Y'all, let me know how you're doing in the chat. Okay, it's been quiet. Like, let me know how y'all are doing. Like, sometimes I'll just be like, who's watching? Like, I just be like, who is it? Hey, Kwani. I just be like, who is watching? Y'all, it'd be a lot of people watching. Like, I don't ever know. Like, I don't know. Thank you. Thank you, Kwani. Because I just be feeling like, who is watching? Because I already know it'd be like exes. Well, I don't even want to call them exes. It's just them. Them guys. Okay? Those guys. The other guys. Like, it just be them watching. people that fumble me watching, like, I don't know, people that think I want their man watching, like, it just be too much. It be too much. Hey, Tango. I like that name, Tango. Kwani said, OMG. Thank you, Shonda. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, Kwani, like, somebody always think I want their man. And it's like, I'm really over here minding my business. Like, somebody always think I want their man. Like, did I ever say I wanted your man? Like, let me stop. Yeah. Trying to tell you, Kwani. I just be out here trying to live and mind my business. You gonna say, baby, we have the same issues. Let me find out. Somebody always think I want their man, and I don't. Like, it's like if your man not doing nothing for me intimately, okay, between the sheets, if he not paying bills, if he not feeding me, giving me money, why would I want your man? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how I be thinking. That's just how I be thinking. But Gemini, sorry, okay. Sorry about this, especially if y'all watching the playback. Shonda said insecure. All right, so Gemini, I feel like you were dealing with someone that really enjoyed the time that they spent with you. Like, they actually enjoyed the connection. It just seems like you really are a fun person, or you were a fun person, or you just really contributed to this person's happiness. Like, they know it. But I feel like this is someone who's very proud, very arrogant, and very egotistical, and didn't want to admit, like, just how much fun that they experienced with you, or how like exciting they were to spend time with you, like, or how much of a good time that they had. It's like you were definitely someone who brightened up this person's life, but I don't think that they gave you the affirmation, the validation, or the accolades that you deserve. Okay, I don't feel like they gave you that. Like, I can't stand when people be proud like that. Yeah, so now they wish that you and them could connect. And now they wish that y'all could connect, because before they didn't necessarily appreciate you, or really truly, like I said, give you the affirmation or the validation that you deserved. I think like this is someone who's understanding that within your connection, like, there was just too many like mixed signals, or there were just too many blocked emotions. They were really truly holding themselves back from like expressing like how much of like a kick that they got like out of being a part of this connection. Yeah, connecting with you was like connecting to a drug, like connecting with you was like connecting to a drug. And I just feel like this person couldn't get enough of you. Um, they also looked at you as like you were a soulmate as well. This may have been y'all's divine masculine or divine feminine, and y'all know how like ratchet those connections can be. Okay, so I don't idealize the twin flame journey. I really don't, because it's ghetto. Okay, it's ghetto. Like, it's ghetto, and it's very challenging. But yeah, it's like this person was doing any and everything other than what should have been done to like stabilize the foundation of y'all's connection. And I think it just kind of started with like the words. I feel like there was words that you needed to hear that this person just was holding back from telling you or giving you, because they were too proud to do it. So yeah, it's like this person knows that y'all's connection was love. Okay, they knew it was love, but for some reason it's like they were holding themselves back from like truly allowing themselves to kind of like fall into it. Is kind of what I'm seeing here. Like, they really tried to stop themselves from falling into it. I feel like this is someone who didn't necessarily trust their feelings. So because they couldn't trust their feelings, they couldn't really trust the connection that y'all had, even though it was like so fun. Like, it was so fun, it was so amazing. But I mean, look, hindsight is 2020. Like, now this person has a different perspective on the connection, wishing that they would have expressed the love that they had for you. But I feel like the writings were on the wall. I feel like you knew it, like you had an inkling. But I'm also getting that you didn't necessarily like want to jump the gun as it related to that. Okay, like you didn't really want to jump the gun. But I feel like the writing was definitely on the wall. Like, they felt it, you felt it, you knew what it was, but they were too proud to admit it. This is another individual, similar to like the other signs that I read for. This is another individual that like doesn't trust themselves. They don't trust their intuition. They don't trust their emotions. They don't trust their feelings. Are Geminis usually loners? I don't think so. I don't think so. Like the Geminis I met aren't usually loners. I feel like if a Gemini is alone, I just think it's something deeper going on, like some type of depression, like mental or emotional health issue. That's how I feel because the Geminis I know are very chatty. Like they're a good time, they're fun, they're communicative. Like so that's what I know. But yeah, I don't really see Geminis as being loners for real. Thank you, Whitney. But y'all let Peggy know what y'all think in the chat. Do y'all think Geminis are usually loners? Because I don't think so. Kwani said they deflect their insecurities onto you because they aren't happy within themselves. Exactly. But see, the crazy thing is that in this situation, Kwani is like this person knows that you brought them happiness. Like they felt so happy within your connection. But I don't know. I think this could potentially be one of those like emotionally unavailable people or those people that like kind of take a while for them to like truly open up. But in many ways, I feel like they sabotage the connection by like not listening to their own intuition or paying attention to their feelings and just kind of trusting what was going on. So this may be someone who's like it's difficult or hard to get them, like not trying to say that you should have to jump through hoops like a circus animal to develop a relationship with them, but it's just kind of like you would potentially have to prove yourself time and time again. And I just don't think that that's something that anybody should have to do, like having to prove yourself or this person testing you. Like, it's like, no, I don't think you should be out here playing with people and testing them. I feel like time should be the ultimate test. Okay. Time should be what tests your character. So yeah. I also feel like this is someone that like chooses against their own happiness. Like I guess they don't want to be happy. I don't know what that is, but I feel like you brought a lot of happiness into their life and for some reason they just weren't trusting it. Like this may have also been someone who's like very stoic or they just have no affect. So it's like you didn't know that they were happy or not. You may not have even knew that they were pleased with you, like because they never said it, but they were trying to hide it. Like I can't stand when people do that. It's like smile, okay? Just smile. Now I understand why like men on the street would just be like, you need to smile. Cause it's true. Like, just smile. Like, I don't know who this is, Gemini, but it's like this person really needs to smile. Okay. Rhea said, I'm a Gemini. We are loners. I don't know. What else do you got in your chart, Bria? What else you got in your chart? Kwani said, no, I was speaking about the insecure females that be thinking we want their men. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, Kwani, I get you. I get you. I get you. Kwani said he was very nonchalant, but once he was with me, he opened up a lot. Kwani said, yes, Bria, we love our peace. Nate said, hair. Okay. Thank you. Like, thank you. Yeah. Yo, that's hilarious. Yeah, the Geminis that I know, like they like to be out and about. Like, but I have fun with Geminis. I don't know. I think Leo and Geminis are we're a good mix. We're a good mix. Oh yeah, Kwani said Geminis have to be comfortable with their people to be outgoing. I'm so sorry, Peggy. I'm definitely sorry. I'm gonna put some hearts in the chat for you. And I'm just sending you peace, hope, and healing. So let's go ahead and put some hearts in the chat for Peggy for her comment. All right. So, okay. So, what would your ex say positively about you and the relationship, Gemini? Yeah, like, they know the love was there. Like, I think this is going to be a part of like the challenge is like this person knows that they was fronting. They was fronting. They were fronting. Gemini, why this person do you like this? Like, this person was definitely fronting on you. Like, they know that the love was there. They are basically saying that like there was chemistry here. Okay, there was attraction. All right, soul recognition. And they also felt like you just treated them with respect. Okay, you really treated them with the type of respect, and just love that they didn't necessarily receive anywhere else. And yet, it's like they were having an issue with being able to just trust it. This could also be someone who had just like negative perceptions about love, or just even negative perceptions about. I keep wanting to say the opposite sex, but I do understand that some people are in same sex relationships, but I just feel like this person had negative perceptions about the opposite sex. So it's like if you were a man, they had negative perceptions about women, not being able to trust women, or if you're a woman, it's like, or if they're a woman, they may have had negative perceptions about men and not being able to trust men. So it's kind of like this person was going kind of back and forth between two opposite extremes, knowing that they had a strong connection with you, feeling the love that was there, but then also like reminding themselves of these like perceptions or these beliefs that I feel like were limiting them. So yeah, it's kind of like this person relying on other people's projections or things that they've heard. So this could have even been one of those people that like listen to like a lot of like anti women or anti men propaganda, like like that's just kind of like fueling the gender wars. But it's like once they met you, it's like they had to kind of let go of that information that they had already processed or believed to be true in order to like connect with you. So I just feel like they just relied too heavily on information that wasn't really applicable to their current circumstance, the relationship, or the current reality of what was going on between you and them. I hope y'all get what I'm saying. I just feel like there was information that they should have just let go of. But I mean, a lot of people find it hard to like be flexible with new information. Okay. Like there's plenty of people out here that just know what they know, and they're not really open to learning anything else. But I feel like through this connection, they were experiencing something different, but they were having a hard time with being able to like process that information and incorporate it into their knowledge base. I hope y'all get what I'm saying. Thank you, Mr. Ziggy. Gemini Sun, Pisces Moon, and Leo Rising. Kwani said, that was my situation. Oh, dang, that's crazy. You said workplace gossip made him shy away from being open with you, and now is no communication? Damn. Workplace gossip. How he let other people's opinions get in the way? But that's kind of what's coming up here anyway. It's like other people's opinions and projections. So how you gonna let your workmates trick you out of being in a relationship that you felt comfortable in? Like that don't even make sense. That don't even make sense. Like, okay. That don't even make sense. All right. Let's keep it moving, Gemini. Like, let's keep it moving. Because after y'all, I have Aquarius. It's been a long day. Okay. It's been a long day for me. Hey, TAC. I'm doing well. How are you? Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's a lot. Okay. That's a heavy statement to make to somebody that's a stranger on the internet, but I'll accept it. Like, what? All right. So, what would your ex say about the challenges associated with you and the connection? I think this person sabotaged y'all's connection. They definitely did. Like, they sabotaged it by not believing it. I just feel like this is someone who was going back and forth between two different opposing ideas, like the reality of the situation, like I said, or what was going on between the both of you, which was mutual love and compassion, as opposed to like the information that they knew. Yeah, this person could also be very toxic as well. They may have some toxic traits or some narcissistic tendencies as well that definitely ruin the connection. And I think one of them is the pride. Okay, I think one of them is the pride, because that's what I heard was like pride will be the death of you or something like that. So that's just kind of what I'm getting here. Um, yeah, yeah, it's the truth. It's the truth. Like, yeah, your person is a bit toxic in their thinking. And I also feel like they have issues with giving up power and control. Um, I think they have, like I said, perceptions of men or perceptions of women or relationships, um, that cause them to feel like, oh, they don't need relationships, or they may never find one that is like going to be right for them. They're never going to find that relationship for them. Now, I do think like they did find that with you. I feel like they found it with you, but it's like something that they were tricking themselves out of believing. So they definitely allowed themselves to fall victim to like self deception and not really wanting to see the truth for what it is, or really looking at the writings on the wall, because I feel like that's something that you looked at. Like you saw that there was love. And I think this person may have even in some ways like maybe have gaslit you, or like y'all were connecting and then y'all just weren't. So I think like they kind of had your head spinning. That's kind of just what I'm getting here. Like they had your head spinning. Like you were kind of questioning your own reality. Like, I thought we just experienced love. I thought we just experienced connection. And then it's like the next moment you're kind of questioning if that's something that ever really happened. So I'm kind of getting here that like this person's behavior for some reason seemed like it gaslit your reality. So now you started to really like become confused and not really understand like the reality of the situation. Or they may even had like they may even try to like play with your intuition, like what you knew to be true is kind of what I'm saying, seeing here as well. I personally don't really like it. Um, I don't like that. But yeah, I just feel like this is someone that fought the connection. And it's just like, what do you want? Like, I'm just so tired of people like sabotaging things. It's like, because they were connecting with you and then not. So it seems like they allowed the negative perceptions or the other information that they've been holding on to that they thought was true. It's like they allowed that to kind of outlast the connection. Okay. Or they seem to prioritize that information more so than, like I said, the reality of the situation, which was they were connecting with you. So that's what they're saying was the challenges. I feel like they're being mature and saying that it was them. Yeah. I think they were also being manipulated as well. So they allowed the manipulation to get the best of them. Yeah, they definitely deceived themselves, which is crazy. Like, so this is another instance of someone who sabotaged y'all's connection. For some of you, they could have allowed their family's opinions to sabotage y'all's connection as well. Or this could be someone who is controlled by their family. Okay, they're controlled, whether it's their mother or it's their father, or always doing things that they feel like is gonna please their family, or doing things in which they feel like they could get family approval. It's like that's a big issue for this individual. So they could also be very spineless as well. But I'm kind of getting here that like this is definitely someone who doesn't want to be controlled by anything. Okay. But then it's ironic that they allowed themselves to be manipulated and even to deceive themselves. So it just seemed like this is someone who didn't want to fall in love for nothing, like didn't want to fall in love for nothing, or just felt like being in love was stupid, something along those lines. So yeah, I just feel like there was just too many delays and obstacles that were put in place by this individual that really like delayed, it stopped and blocked your connection from being able to move forward. I also feel like your connection may have been moving like very quickly, and that was something that also caused this person to like feel some type of way. Um, but I don't know if I could say like it was just moving quickly. I feel like because it worked, things were moving along. It's not like you were trying to force something to push forward. I just think it was naturally working and it was naturally moving. But they just kept putting up blocks. Okay. Putting up blocks. Like for real, I just think that this is someone that was just a bit unprepared for what was next within your connection. It's like it seems like they were a bit unprepared for it. So they in many ways like slowed it down. Yeah, it's like your connection lost a lot of momentum because it's like this individual wasn't really trying to go with the flow anymore. I feel like they was looking for any reason for your connection to fail. Like just looking for any reason, like nitpicking, but it's not because I mean, it comes down to it's not because they didn't like you. I don't know like I don't think this person actually truly deserve you. I just don't think so. Cause it's like, it's not because they don't like you. I just don't think they deserve it. And if they don't feel like they deserve it, then they don't deserve you. Because what are we doing? Like, what is the point of causing problems when there aren't any, or looking for issues when there aren't any? It's just like looking for any little thing, Gemini. I hope y'all get what I'm saying. It's like looking for any little thing to block and stop the progress of y'all's connection. It's annoying. Hey, Tarot Fairy. Thank you, Bria. Hey, Sophia. Bria said, is his name Michael? Yo, no. Hey, MMC. Oh, that's Money Mantra Chai. Sorry. Cha Cha. I was like, who MMC? That's you, Cha Cha. Yo, that's hilarious. All right. Yeah. What was your ex say about how they treated you? Yeah. It's like, the thing that kind of makes me mad is like, this is the type of individual that can be controlled by any and everybody, but let it be you. And they just gonna feel like you're trying to control them in a negative sense, but they're being controlled negatively by other people. So it's just like annoying. It's annoying. Like, I could see how you could be frustrated and irritated with this person, Gemini, because it's like they could be controlled by any and everybody that doesn't have their best interest in mind. But let it be you. Okay, let it be you, and now it's a problem. Like, mm-mm. Jessica, please don't be triggered. Like, please don't. Please don't. I promise you, that was not my purpose for the read today. But if you are triggered, please click out. Okay? Please click out. Be like Lisa and scramble. Because Lisa said, I don't got time for X energy today. Okay? You too, Bria. Please. Please. Like, that's not the purpose of this. Like, if anything, I just wanted to really, truly validate y'all. Okay? Like, if anything, I didn't mean to trigger y'all. Please. Okay, so let me bring it down, because I know sometimes I could be a bit too like passionate and dramatic. So let me bring it down. Oh, you said you joking. Sorry. Like, no, I really don't be trying to trigger anybody. Please. Like, I really don't be trying to. Like, they feel like they should have treated you more kindly. Okay, they feel like they should have put more effort into like maintaining the fun and the lighter aspects to your connection. Like, I just don't think this is somebody that deserves you. Like, I don't think this is somebody that deserves you, because it's like you kind of came into this like situation just kind of like, hey, the party's here. And it's just like this person loved that time that you spent with them, but it's just like they didn't appreciate it or deserve it. They didn't deserve it. But yeah, they just feel like they should have had a bit more like fun with you. That's how they feel. They feel like they should have opened up a bit more with you. They should have just like really shown you that they love being around you, that they were comfortable with you. Like, they just feel like they should have been a bit more like friendly, and that's just not how they treated you. This person's toxic. They wish they would have done more to contribute to the connection. That's how they feel. Like, it's like this person just, in a sense, made you feel like you were alone, or that you were responsible for carrying the connection or keeping it in a high vibe state. And they feel like they should have done more to contribute to the happiness of both of y'all. That's how they feel. Yeah, they feel like they should have committed themselves to the connection, or they should have bettered themselves as they were dealing with you, or they should have worked on these toxic traits, or they should have paid more attention to how they were like deceiving themselves, or how they were being manipulated by others. They should have paid more attention to that. Yeah, they should have contributed more to the vibe. Like, this is just a mood killer, Gemini. Mood killer. Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what they are. Yeah, this person feels bad. They feel bad for like upsetting you or just bringing your vibration down. It's similar to another sign that I read for tonight, but I've been talking for so long, I can't even tell y'all which sign it was. So hopefully y'all could go back and watch that. But it's like they just feel so bad for like bringing down your vibration when they should not have done that. Like this person feels like they should have been more so focused on like y'all's connection and what was going on there and just the reality of the situation as opposed to anything else. They wish that they would have like gotten on one page with you. That's how they feel. They feel like they should have gotten an agreement with you. They feel like they should have affirmed you or validated you. Yeah, they feel like they should have reciprocated the energy that you gave to them. They feel like they should have treated you like the blessing that you are and that you were at that point in time. So I just think that whoever you are dealing with is someone who had a lot of relationship trauma. Okay. They had a lot of relationship trauma. And unfortunately, their lack of healing was what kind of gotten in the way of your connection being able to move forward. This person still had healing to do. All right, Gemini, let's go ahead and move on. Yeah. Peggy said, yeah, there's always that shoulda, woulda, coulda. Just embrace the moment exactly without over examining it. I agree, Peggy. I agree. Peggy, I agree. Because I'm so tired of imperatively speaking as well. And I'm just tired of people living imperatively. It's like you either do it or you don't. Okay? Do it or you don't. But if you don't, that's on you. Okay? If you don't, that's on you. Like sometimes you can't really double back. Sometimes things are really over and you're not going to have a second chance. Oh, Jessica said, thank you. And I didn't mean to make you think I was actually triggered. Okay. No, because I just be concerned. Like, I don't be wanting to trigger y'all with messages because, it is a new year. But I just was like, this would just be a fun, like, entertainment based reading. I ain't think it was going, do too much. But you're welcome, Jessica. All right, let's see what Bria is talking about. Okay, Bria said, Kwani, we got the same story. Am I living your life? Yo. Bria said, and I never met an avoidant before. I'm still struggling with that because it was a perfect love story to me. Girl. And that'd be the sad part about it. Because it really makes you feel like, was I living in reality or was I in La La Land? Like, because I know what was going on here. But was it real? Like, it just really makes you have to question your intuition and it gaslights your reality. Good night, Peggy. Good night. The Gemini, yeah, Gemini, your reading was long. It started at 3:03. Okay, 3:03. Kwani said, I hate when people can't trust the character we bring, but choose to believe the gossip by people who don't even know us. Like, if you getting to know me for me, how I let others dictate how you, if you, if you get into know me for me, I let others dictate how you interact with people, or don't let others dictate how you interact with people. I guess that's what you're trying to say. Yeah, that's kind of the energy that I'm getting here. It's like that person not wanting to trust what's going on with you, but you're willing to be manipulated negatively by other people. That's weird. That's weird. Yeah. All right. Aquarius. Yeah. Libra, y'all reading was long. Aquarius. But I also was interacting with the chat as well. Your timestamp is going to be 3:33. I'm just going to do 3:33. You said that was a lesson learned for you. Look, it's a lesson learned for everybody, but yeah, for me personally, I can't with avoidance because avoidance make me have a disorganized attachment style because I feel like I have the capabilities to have a healthy attachment to someone. Okay, like I know I can do it, but it's like a lot of the people that I've met have been very avoidant, where like I've said, things have been disorganized because in many ways I've had to avoid them and run away from them as well. So yeah, it's just best to deal with people that have a healthy attachment. It's like when you deal with avoiding people, it's like they'll really have you doing things that are out of character, okay, and out of alignment. You're welcome, Bria. You said how to deal with an avoidant. It'd be a lot of channels on YouTube. Aquarius, I know I said I was gonna do your time stamp at 3:33. But I will say this is like there's definitely a lot of channels on this app that will talk about how to deal with an avoidant. But to be quite frank, I just feel like the best thing to do is to leave them people alone. Like that's how I would deal with them. Just leave them alone. Cause it's just not worth it. It's not like it'll definitely cause you to question yourself, question your self-esteem, question your self-worth. It'll really have you questioning yourself if you deal with an avoidant person. So the best thing to do is to just leave them alone. Okay. That's what I would say. But there's a lot of channels on here that will give you strategies on what to do. But I just think it's a waste of time. Leaving people alone. All right. Aquarius, let's go. Okay. So what would your ex tell your new romantic partner? First, we're going to start with the connection overall. Exactly, Bria. Bria said, yes, leave them alone. I forgot who I was because I'm anxiously attached. It made it worse. I'm trying to become healthily attached. Exactly. Yeah. Avoidance don't really give you the safety and security of being able to do that because you're always thinking about them leaving. Okay. And you don't even have to have abandonment issues. You just always know, like, okay, I'm connected with you now, but you're going to leave. So, what is the point of me even getting too deep with you? Because you're going to leave anyway. All right. Oh, dang. That's crazy. Oh, yeah. That's crazy. You said it lasted for 2 months. Exactly. As you should, Kwani. Okay. So as far as with the connection overall, yeah, Aquarius, your ex, like that individual could definitely be someone that you regard as a divine counterpart. And like I said, is like we can't really idealize those relationships because they can be very tumultuous and conflictual. And I feel like the whole point of those twin flame relationships is for you to develop a better connection with yourself. Okay, for you to develop better stability and security with yourself. um I think that's the whole point of it. Okay, so yeah. um it seems like this was a tumultuous connection. That's something that your ex would tell your new romantic partner. There was definitely a lot of clashing conflict and differences between the both of you. um this may even be someone that you had a family with. So you may have had children with this person. And there was a lot of like difficulties within that connection or like raising your child. But if not, it's like you and this person were like actual, you felt like y'all were soul family. Okay. Or like y'all spent some lifetimes together, some past lives together. There just seems like there was a instant familiarity and comfortability with this individual Aquarius, but then y'all still were having conflicts and issues. And I think your relationship was very conflictual because it was definitely riddled with a lot of dishonesty, lying, and deception as well. So yeah, it seemed like he was dealing with a liar. Okay, a liar. That seems like what was going on, Aquarius. Yeah, he was dealing with a liar, but it's interesting because it's like the pros, I feel like, of the connection definitely outweighed the cons, but the biggest con was the lying and the dishonesty. So it's like you couldn't really overlook that. um so yeah, you and this person definitely had I want to say a crazy ass connection, because on one side of it is like the intimacy, the sensuality between the both of you was kind of like off the charts. But as it related to other aspects of the connection, it was just conflictual and argumentative. So it's kind of like you going back and forth between those two separate extremes and having issues with being able to reach a middle ground and to compromise. It's like an issue with being able to like work on the biggest con of all, which was the lies. Um, Yeah, that's crazy. Because it's like, I don't get it with people. It's like, I don't get it. It's like they don't put the love first. And I just feel like that's where y'all fell off. It's like not putting the love first. Like someone, whomever the liar is just not understanding that there's more to this connection. And this connection is an important connection. And it was a connection that they valued. But I feel like now they have the awareness of that. But it's like before, it's like they didn't really understand how their um, bad behavior was affecting your connection being able to move forward and also being able to heal. It's like they chose not to do that because they continue to keep being deceptive and to continue to keep lying. Yeah, it's like this person pretty much built a trap for themselves and now they feel stuck. Okay, they feel stuck. I feel like they're pretty much kicking themselves and living in regret because they could have been more honest with you. Like, what were they not being honest about? Yeah, another toxic individual. Like, another toxic person. Like, yo, I'm so tired. Like, but hey, the X is the X for a reason. Yeah, this is just another toxic person. They may have had just a lot of addictions and things that were going on behind the scenes. Um, just a lot of toxicity that they may have been trying to cover up. But I mean, when you don't deal with your issues, when you don't deal with your challenges, like it's gonna come out. So maybe this person felt like they could kind of hide these things or be like elusive about them or secretive about them, but they couldn't. It also seemed like this individual was doing a lot of evil deeds in the dark. Is kind of what I'm seeing here. But it's like these things could not exist within your connection. It's like the love and the deception, or like the love and the lies, could not exist in the same space. So, yeah, I could see that y'all had a very deep connection with the both of each other, but I also feel like it couldn't persist because there was things going on behind your back that like would have severely affected you. So it's just in many ways it's best that this connection is over for now. That's all I'll say. Okay, it's best that this connection is over for now. I think whomever you're asking about, Aquarius, has a lot that they need to personally work on, like addictions. I'm also kind of getting here that this person has like a sex addiction. I think that's something that needs to be worked on. You may have experienced a lot of cheating within your relationship with this individual. So, all right. What would your ex say positively about you in the relationship? Hey, Nizzle 333. Ryan Rogers, stop trying to tell people what to do. Like, you're not my Lord and Savior, so I actually don't need to talk to you. Okay? I don't need to talk to you. I don't need to listen to anything that you have to say. Like, get out my fucking face. Like, I can't stand when people try to come in here and tell me about my Lord and Savior and what he gonna do and what he can't do and what he, like, just shut up. Shut up. Like, don't nobody be coming for you when you be engaging in premarital sex. Don't nobody be coming for you when you be eating gluten and yeast. Don't nobody be coming for you when you be drinking and doing drugs. So shut up. Like, shut up. And I'm going to leave your comment there as well, so other people in the chat can roast you. Because you really decided to bump them thumbs on that screen and to do the same thing that Jesus said to not do. Okay, so he without sin can cast the first stone. Are you without sin, Ryan Rogers? Okay, are you without sin, or did you just get done sinning? Or are you about to go sin? So shut up. Like, Kwani will say, sis, don't argue with the trolls. Nah, because Kwani, okay, for me, I can't stand when people try to tell me about my Lord and Savior. I can't stand when people try to tell me about my Lord and Savior. Okay? Amaya said, damn. Yeah. Can't stand when people trying to tell me about my Lord and Savior. Shut up. Like, Kwani said, oh, trust. I get it. Yeah, it's been a long night. Talking about stop. You about to go sin right now. Shut up. Like, all right, Aquarius. Sorry about that. But sometimes I gotta. All right, so what would your ex say positively about you and the relationship? Well, Your ex would definitely say that you are someone that has the ability to make a lot of quick decisions. Okay. So they love that about you as well. It seems like you're someone who's more so focused on like progress. If you are someone that likes to travel and get to know like people from different cultures and just developing like a cultural competency, especially if you're scenes from different cultures or you might know a lot of different languages, they like that about you as well. They like that you respect diversity. They like the fact that you are someone that can kind of get along with people from different walks of life. Quandi laughing at me. Yeah. They like the fact that like when they're around you, like it seems as though things are exciting. So similar to the other signs, Aquarius, I feel like this is someone who doesn't necessarily deserve you. I think this is someone who is held back by a lot of their addictions. And they have to really deal with that. Because if they don't deal with that, they're not really going to be able to move and progress further with you. And I feel like that's something that you understand. This person loves the fact that you can just always be on the next thing. There's really nothing that holds you back. You know what you want out of life, and you're not afraid to do what is necessary. You're not afraid to do what is necessary to accomplish those things, to like accomplish your goals and dreams. You're also someone who is comfortable with change and making sudden changes. I feel like you're someone who is able to like pivot quickly. Like y'all know how some people are where they're not necessarily comfortable with change and transition. It's like you're the opposite. It's like you welcome change because you know that there's always something exciting around the corner. So yeah, you're someone who has the ability to kind of like roll with the punches. That's what they like about you. Yeah, they find you to be a very like wise person, a very like emotionally mature person. I mean, it also seems like you're a very devoted person as well. Like you're a good listener, and you also give a lot of good advice. So that's what they like about you. They feel like your connection really like pushed them to have to like mature. But I do feel like they were dealing with a lot of things in secret that you may not have been aware of at the time in which you were dealing with them. Um, and unfortunately, like I said, those things affected their ability to be able to like go and grow with you. It was definitely something that was like holding them back and tying them down. So you may have also experienced a lot of like delays and setbacks as it related to like the progress of your connection with this person because there were, like I said, things going on in secret that were pretty much out of your control that this person had to deal with. They had to heal from. Yeah. This person would definitely say that like your connection is definitely something that helped them to open up and to develop more of like an emotional availability. I feel like this is someone that tends to like repress or suppress like a lot of their feelings. But with you, it's like in many ways, it's like you kind of made love easy. If anything, if you all were, like I said, experiencing some conflict and some clashes and some differences, I feel like those were things similar to even Libra's. I think it was Gemini's reading. It's like things that this person um perpetuated. Okay. It was things that this person perpetuated. But yeah, what I'm seeing here is that this person definitely loved the fact that you kind of like awakened them to love and to connection again. Okay. So you really awakened them. Um, which is nice. They're also looking at you as a very creative individual and also a very passionate person as well. So it's kind of difficult to not want to fall in love with you. I also feel like this person really like fell in love with your mind. But for others, I also feel like your body. So if you had a lot of like intimacy with this individual, which I feel like that was something that happened here because, like I was saying, the person on your mind has an addiction to sex, like like so it's like they like that aspect of your connection as well. Like the both of you had sexual chemistry, but it seems like that led to them developing deeper feelings and emotions for you. So I'm not the type of person that will think that a situationship or friends with benefits or a sexual connection is going to lead to love. But I do think, Aquarius, that this was a situation in which it happened. Okay. Like, I think this was a situation in which it happened. Like, I'm not saying that it can't happen, but I don't put too much of my, thoughts or emphasis on that being a possibility. But within your connection, Aquarius, it did happen. So your connection may have started off as very like sexual, could have been a type of situationship, like friends with benefits type of thing, but like over time, it's like it developed into something else. Good night, Kwani. Get some rest. You should have been asleep a long time ago. Dang, 9 years? Damn. I've never been with somebody that long. Unless it's my child. Like, oh, you said your grandson was still up running around. Dang, Kwani, you got a grandson? Kwani. Like, I did not even, I mean, of course I didn't know that, but I didn't think that. Yo, that's crazy. Oh, that's so cute. Tell him to go to bed. Okay? My son never wanted to go to bed when he was 1. It's like, go to bed. Like, get some sleep. All right. So, what would your ex say about the challenges associated with you in the connection? There may have been an issue here as it related to like being at a physical distance from this individual. So y'all may have had like a long distance connection and relationship. So that was a challenge that they're highlighting here. Maybe this person had well, that's connecting to the message that I said before. But what I was gonna say is like a lack of mobility, like an inability to move. I think this is someone who's definitely admitting that like their own personal issues and things that they were dealing with in silence or in secret was affecting your connection from being able to move forward. And it seems like they weren't able to like heal or resolve these issues within, a decent amount of time to where y'all could actually progress and move your connection forward. So that's what I'm getting here. I feel like this person's personal issues was like what really held your relationship back, their own personal issues that they were dealing with. So it's their inability to be able to let go of these things, to kind of drop the baggage, to leave it behind in order to move forward with you. So you were dealing with someone, Aquarius, that was not 100% free. And when I'm saying that, I don't just mean like, oh, they were in another serious relationship, but it's like they weren't 100% free of their own addictions or things that were limiting them, causing them to feel powerless, or things that they were being oppressed by. Yeah. Physical distance is also being highlighted here as well. So this person may have also had an issue with being able to travel towards you, whether it was travel restrictions or them not having enough money or finances to be able to like just kind of leave their life behind to come spend time with you. So that's kind of what I'm getting here as well. It's like they were overtly consumed with their life. And I just feel like if you're overly consumed with your life, like that's okay, but also don't be trying to like maintain connections with people if you know that you just don't have the ability to, because you have a lot going on in your life. Oh, that's so cute. All right, Kwani, good night. And shout out to everybody for still being here. I promise I don't be trying to like disrespect people that come in the chat, but it's like when people come in the chat and start telling me about my Lord and Savior, like I start feeling some type of way. Okay. Like, this person wished that they would have been able to support you in a similar ways in which you were supporting them. I felt like you were a good advisor to them. Like they would come to you and talk to you about like issues and problems, not this one big obvious problem that they were dealing with in silence. They were keeping it hidden. Okay. But it's like they would talk to you about other things and you would support them. They feel like that they owe you, or they should have repaid you with the same compassion, kindness, and warmth that you gave to them. They feel like they should have supported you in that same way. So yeah, it's the truth. It's the truth. They also feel like they should have trusted you enough to talk to you about what was going on with them in silence instead of like lying about it or keeping it to themselves. Thank you, Shonda. Did you say you good? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. But yeah, they just feel like they should have told you the truth about what was going on. Like they should have trusted you enough with that information, because it seems like they trusted you, but not enough for you to really know what's going on with them. But it's crazy because regardless of them expressing that to you or not, it still affected your connection negatively. Okay. It still affected it negatively. So I mean, to be quite frank, I feel like if they would have had the conversation with you, then you would have developed more of an understanding of who they are, or just like how your connection was progressing. You would have developed more of an understanding because you would have had the clarity that you needed. And you also would have had the clarity that you needed to make the best decision for yourself moving forward. Okay. Or you just wouldn't have been sitting, yeah, you wouldn't have been sitting in uncertainty and confusion. You wouldn't have experienced half of the anxiety that you experienced if this person would have just expressed to you what was really truly going on behind the scenes. So that's what they're saying. They feel like they should have been honest with you. If they were honest, then it wouldn't have led to your connection actually breaking down. Okay. If they were honest, then it wouldn't have led to you like overthinking and overanalyzing, because you are a thinker. I feel like you thought, I don't want to say like you thought too deep into this, but I just feel like yeah, it's like your thoughts were spiraling, and yeah, they were spiraling and they were becoming like obsessive. So this person just feels like they wouldn't have caused you a lot of like negativity. You all may have even experienced a lot of like headaches or just not being able to rest because you were literally wondering why and thinking of all of the possible scenarios as to like what was going on with this person or y'all's connection, or just what was causing the problem. And yeah, they just feel like they should have told you the truth, and it would have eliminated a lot of the stress and worry that you were experiencing. So that's what they're saying here. Yeah, the truth would have set you free in any which way. Whether you decided to like move on and stop dealing with them because it was your choice, or if you would have continued to stay with them and, continue to support them as you were doing. So yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. Yeah, they feel like you were loyal to them and you were committed to them, and they just feel like they owed you the truth, and that's not something that you got. Okay, so yeah, like you were giving to a situation, and trying your best to build up a situation that was literally breaking down. So yeah, I think people need to understand that it's like when you're going through issues, and if you haven't like healed or gotten to a better place with it, or been able to like conquer your addictions or things that are oppressing you, it's like if you decide to go start a relationship with someone, it's like you can't hide those things. Those things going on with you are going to play itself out within the energy, even if you're not necessarily talking about it. So I think people need to understand that as well. It's like hide you can't hide things. Okay, you can't hide it because it's gonna come out. You can't be elusive about things. You can't be secretive about things because it's gonna end up coming out, or it's gonna end up affecting the connection energetically, even if, like I said, you don't say anything about it. So I don't know, it's like you can't really tell people what to do because people want what they want, but they need to understand that you can't hide. Okay, like when you decide to like get into a romantic connection with someone, it's like you're not going to be able to hide. So yeah, I just heard that song, Nowhere to Run To, there's nowhere to hide. So they could try to hide it from themselves, but you're not going to be able to hide it from another person once you decide to start connecting with them. Hey, I don't know, I don't want to say your name wrong. AG, I'm gonna just call you that, okay? Mr. AG Campos. Okay, that's what I'm gonna call you. All right, y'all. I think I'm gonna let it go for tonight. Today has just been a long day. Today's reading was an interesting reading. I hope that y'all found some interesting information from it. I hope it resonated with y'all. Just listen to your different placements. These are just general readings. I just read what I see. That's really all it is. But if you ever want something more personalized, then you can definitely hit me up. I actually like doing personal readings because it's like I could just really focus on your energy as opposed to like just trying to make it general. Like I can take as many risks as I want to take with the information because I'm reading what I see. And I don't have to, like I said, make it general. Oh, you're welcome, Shonda. Yeah, feel free to book a personal reading. My link is in the description box, and it's also on my main page as well for my channel. So, y'all, I think I'm about to pack it up because I feel like I'm tired. Okay, I'm tired. My energy is spent. I love connecting with y'all, but I also need to go take it down. You said good night. Yeah, it's 11. So it's been a good time, y'all. Okay, it's definitely been a good time. Yep, thanks for moderating consistently, Cha. It's been a long time. I'm gonna put some hearts in the chat for you. But yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed this reading. Like I said, sorry for snapping, but sometimes like these people gotta know it's like don't come on my channel trying to tell me what to do. Okay? Don't come on my channel with that. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end this live so I can post the timestamps. And I will see y'all again live on Wednesday. I think that reading is what is next for you, something like that. Or what exactly is next for you. I think that was the wording. But yeah, I'm about to go ahead and take it down. Have a good night, y'all. Be blessed. And I will see y'all again.